I'm so sorry, guys. Oh my god, I'm such a moron. As I was streaming, I hit the end broadcast button by... I hit the end broadcast button by accident. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, I know. That was my fault. I got a little bit uppity and I got a little bit excited and I just clicked way too early and I instead of clicking on the window to play the video, I ended up clicking on the end broadcast button. I really apologize for that, guys. It has not been a good week for me. I'll be honest with you. It's been a shitty week, but I will prevail. I am here. Double Theo, absolutely. Happy Friday. Appreciate that, Daniel. Premature end, broadcastination. Yeah. No worries, Theo. Chill, bro. I know I need to chill. You're right. I do. You thought you kicked me off? No. No, they're not that obvious. I thought they blocked you. No, they're not gonna be that obvious. Shut them off. Shut it down now. Shut it down. They know. They know. Shut it down, damn it. No, I'm here now. Mr. Ohana got me. Yup. Yeah, I kind of had a shitty week. If I relax a little bit later in the stream, I'll probably talk about it. Basically, I just for this whole week I've had pain in my right foot from a I don't want to talk about it too much. It's a bunion. You know what a bunion is? It's like the toe is misaligned and sometimes there's inflammation. And I was doing some garden work and then I had some pain and it's not excruciating pain. I can still walk. It's just there, kind of lingering sometimes. And it just aggravates me to no end. Greetings from Spain. Hola, hola. Shitty week, all right. It has to get better. Absolutely. Maybe they'll send goons to your place live on air. Maybe. This is free. It's cool. Yeah, we're back on. Yep. Soldier on. Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna resume from where I left off. Now, quick question, guys. If I play music here, right, the music is kind of loud, but forget about it. Yeah, good idea. Now, I don't want to. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna play the video. Hola. I stayed in Spain for a few weeks. It's a beautiful country. I would live in Spain. If I had to live in a different country, I would live in Spain. Maybe not now. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there seems like there seems to be some political instability in Spain, but it is a beautiful country. Turn down one notch or two. So if I want to play music, just let me know if you guys can hear this. I'm gonna lower my Oblivion background music. So let's say I want to play this music. Let me know if you can still hear the rabbi talking, okay? Just let me know real quick.
The UK has got a special place in my heart because on the one hand, they really helped give birth to the Jewish state in World War I. The Balfour Declaration, the San Remo Accords, the mandate for a Jewish Palestine, the UK was at the forefront of that. And then they turned on us.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
They turned on us, man. And therefore they have a special place in hell.
Okay, you guys can hear that? Voice is clear. Awesome. Because I like to play... I like to keep my background music on. Very clear. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of still new to this OBS thing, I'll be honest with you. I know the basics of OBS, but that's it. I'm finally using 1080 HP. I used to use 720 because I was worried that it would slow my frame rate down if I used 1080. But now I'm using 1080 and it's actually working pretty well. And the reason why I was afraid to use 1080 was because the last time I tried to use 1080, it did slow my frame rate down. But I think the issue was that my computer was so filled up with videos because I've recorded so many videos on this computer hours and hours upon hours of videos I have recorded on this computer. So my computer was just so filled up. So I did a total cleanse one day of the computer, and I got rid of so much stuff, and I freed up so much of my storage on this computer. So now I can use 1080 and there's no issue. All right, so we're going to go back to this video. This is part of the humiliation ritual that Tommy Robinson has gone through in Israel. Here is a rabbi telling Mr. Robinson that the hottest place in hell is reserved for the British. Let's give this a listen to. This is Britain Fest, mates. Britain Fest right here, mate.
The UK has got a special place in my heart because on the one hand, they really helped give birth to the Jewish state in World War I. The Balfour Declaration, the San Remo Accords, the mandate for a Jewish Palestine, the UK was at the forefront of that. And then they turned on us.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
They turned on us, man. And therefore they have a special place in hell for turning on the Jewish people.
So some foreigner who's not British is telling Mr. Robinson, who is supposed to be the mascot for British nationalism. He is supposed to be the mascot for British patriotism. And he's telling him that the hottest place in hell is reserved for your people, Mr. Robinson. So look at Robinson. Now Robinson tries to do damage control here. Check this one out.
For turning on the Jewish people, they have a special place in hell. For turning on the
Oh, man, I don't think Robinson likes that. I don't think Robinson likes that. He knows it doesn't look good for him. Let's watch some more of this.
People, you were like doing this great thing. You were helping Israel be reborn after 2,000 years of exile, and it was, you know, it was a biblical value. It was also a defense for a UK value, but it all turned on us. Can we turn it back?
Can we turn it back? The British government have just turned on Israel.
So now he tries to do damage control because this guy, Mr. Fleischer, just said that the hottest place in hell is reserved for the British. So now Tommy Robinson has to do damage control by saying, well, that's the British government and not the British people. Now, why does Tommy Robinson say this? Because he knows back home in England, people are going to tell him, wait a second, mate. You hung out with some rabbi who said that the hottest place in hell was reserved for us. Mate, where the fuck are you, mate? Get your shit together, mate. Piss off, mate. So now he's got to do damage control by saying the British government, right? Not the British people, right? That's what I'm saying. Write this one down. Don't literally write it down. I'm just saying this as a figure of speech. I'm saying this as a form of expression. But write this one down. Tommy Robinson is going to get pushed out of the nationalist movement in Britain because he has demonstrated that he is not Britain first. He is Israel first. Mark my words. The logical conclusion of nationalism is our country first, not a foreign power first. That includes Israel. Israel doesn't have an exemption from this rule. Tommy Robinson is going to get pushed out of the nationalist movement, and the nationalist movement will turn against Tommy Robinson. And Israel's attempt to use the nationalist causes in Europe to go against the pro-Palestine cause in Europe is going to bounce right back into the face of Israel. And the nationalist cause in Europe is going to turn against Israel. Because people are going to say, we are our country first. We are here for Europa. We are not here for Israel. So Tommy is doing damage control.
Turn it back?
Can we turn it back? The British government have just turned on Israel. But
they've been turning on us for a long time.
Yeah, but when we say they, it's the British government. So let's separate the people from the establishment. The establishment have turned. It's like when the American establishment were in power under Joe Biden. The American people didn't support that. The British public don't support what the British government have just done.
By the way, this is wrong. 53% of Americans, as of March of this year, are critical of Israel. So this guy's full of shit.
If it was put to a democratic vote on whether the British public wished to recognise the state of Palestine, it would be a resounding no.
I would like to see that happen. I would like to see that sort of referendum happen just to see if what this guy is saying is accurate.
It would be a resounding no. So the people haven't turned on Israel. The people haven't turned on Jews. The left-wing establishment have turned because they're appeasing their bloc vote and they're appeasing their...
The left-wing establishment. You don't think there are any right-wingers in the UK who are saying Britain first and not Israel first? You would be absolutely either oblivious or dishonest to say that there are no right-wingers in the UK who are saying Britain first, not Israel first. Yeah. This is a humiliation ritual by Mr. Robinson, or for Mr. Robinson, and it just shows that he is a pawn for a foreign power. And he is there not for Great Britain, he is there for Israel. And he is there, as I've already said, he is there to make sure, first, that the British people become critical of the pro-Palestine movement and not critical of Israel. But what is happening, everyone? What is happening? What's happening is that the wave of anti-Israel sentiment is roaring so loudly and is moving so intensely and so strongly that influencers and other public figureheads are given the choice. They are given two options. Either they ride the wave or they get overwhelmed by the wave. And the thing is, you can sit there and pretend as if you're living in 2005 all you want. You can sit there and try to pretend that no, the Western world is still overwhelmingly pro-Israel all you want. The reality is going to hit you. If not now, eventually, inevitably, it is going to hit you. And you are going to have to face that reality. You could sit there and say, I'm Mr. Pro-American Patriot all you want. If you are oblivious to what is happening, if you are oblivious to this rising, loud, extremely large wave that is roaring against Israel, eventually it will hit you and overwhelm you. And you are going to have to deal with that. And you are going to have to face the fact that the world is turning on Israel. You can see this in real time. Let's see if I can find this. You can see this in real time. Glenn Beck, for how long was Glenn Beck Mr. Pro-Israel? His whole career. For his entire career, Glenn Beck has been pro-Israel, and he still is. Well, he goes to this conservative youth event thinking and talking as if it's 2005. And he has to deal with the wave. He has to face the wave of anti-Israel sentiment amongst the American youth. Because the American youth are saying, are you Israel first or are you America first? That's it. Back in the day when I was growing up, middle school, high school, conservatism was what? Pro-life, Christian, or pro-Christian at least, pro-family values, being against gay marriage, pro-traditional marriage, pro-Israel. That was the conservative movement. That's what you had to be. What is it now? The conservative movement can pretty much be summed up into a question. Are you Israel first or are you America first? That's it. And the old tricks don't work. You can sit there and bitch about Iran and China and Qatar all you want. Nobody gives a fuck. You can sit there and say, oh, no, it's Qatar, it's China, it's this, it's that. Everyone's talking about Israel. Because since we were children, and you will know that I'm right if you are a millennial who was born in either the late 80s or in the early 90s, you were raised to be pro-Israel for decades. And so what's happening when you are raised in a lie your whole life, or for the majority of your life, and then you realize that you were living in a lie, what is going to anger you more than anything else? The lie. And the people who promote the lie. That's what's going to anger you. That's what's going to anger you. Your energy is not going to be focused on China, Because for your whole life, you've been told to be anti-China. For your whole life, you were told that China is the big boogeyman, when the reality is that the whole purpose of this propaganda is to foment anti-Chinese sentiment, because China is the second or the number one biggest economic enemy of the American empire, and that's why they were telling you to be anti-China. You're not going to give a fuck about Iran. Why? Because your whole life you've been told Iran's the bad guy, Iran's the bad guy, Iran's the bad guy. When the reality is, for your whole life you've been told to be anti-Iran simply for the fact that Iran is a major oil exporter and is a major ally of Russia and therefore a major competitor to American gas and oil companies. That's why they told you to be against Iran. It had nothing to do with terrorism. It had nothing to do with Shiaism, 12th Imamism, or any of that bullshit. It had nothing to do with Ahmadinejad calling America the big Satan. That's all bullshit. It had everything to do with making sure that a certain narrative that would be to the benefit of certain oil and gas companies would be perpetuated in American society. That is the whole purpose. So you're not going to give a fuck about Iran. Don't give me this. I know about Iran. Don't tell me about freaking Iran. What's going to anger you more than anything is the lie that you were raised to believe in. That is what's going to anger you. And that's what you are going to exert the majority of your efforts to be against. So what is happening with the millennials, what's happening with the Zoomers is they've had enough. So now they're saying, okay, America first or Israel first, because for the entirety of our lives, or for a huge chunk of our lives, we were raised to be patriotic Americans, raising the American flag alongside the Israeli flag. We were told that America was the greatest country in the world and that we had to honor the American flag and the Israeli flag. We were never told to honor the Iranian flag. We were never told to honor the Chinese flag. We were told to spit on those flags. We were never told to honor those flags. But for the longest time, American conservatism / patriotism has been geared towards the American flag, the Israeli flag. America is the greatest country, but also Israel. Be pro-America, but also be pro-Israel. And now people are saying, whoa, hold on. If you want us to be nationalists, if you want us to be patriotic, it's America first, buddy, not Israel first. That's the tide that we are dealing with. So if you're oblivious to this tide and you are involved in political discourse, eventually the tide is going to hit you. And you either have the choice to ride with it, or you have the choice to be crushed by it and to get pushed into obscurity. I choose really to be critical of Israel, not because it's the trend. I've been critical of Israel since 2018. Go look at my articles if you don't believe me. I am objectively critical of Israel. At the same time, I am not stupid to the point where I don't understand where this sort of trend goes to and where this sort of trend spirals downwards to. Because what this trend is going to spiral downwards to is people saying, well, maybe the Austrian painter had it right. And that is something I'm not going to stand for. Which means I will be crushed by the pro-Austrian painter wave. That's what that means. I will be critical of Israel until my last dying breath. I will be critical of the synagogue of Satan. I don't give a fuck. But does that mean that I'm going to turn down a very dangerous road because of that? No. And that's what people need to watch out for. That's what people need to watch out for. But you see the rise of the Austrian painter fanboys, and what that means is the Hitlerite wave is rising up. And I'm not oblivious to it. I've been warning people about this since early 2016. Look at my articles if you don't believe me. I wrote my first article warning people about the rise of Hitlerism in the beginning of 2016. So I've been seeing this coming for a long time, for almost 10 years now. But I'm not oblivious to it. But at the same time, I'm not willing to ride that wave because I have principles. So I am more than likely going to be crushed by that wave, is what I'm saying. But going back to what I was saying about the wave and the oblivion and how you have the Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck is on his way out. He's already out. That guy's been that guy has been in the realm of obscurity for years now. Ever since he started criticizing Donald Trump, he's been obscure. But now he's going to be pushed even more towards the realm of obscurity. Why? Because he has been oblivious to the reality of the rising wave of anti-Israel sentiment. And here is a video. Let me show you guys this video real quick. Here is a video of Glenn Beck getting hit by the wave. Getting hit by the inevitable reality. Let's watch this real quick. Hold up. Check this out, guys. Let's give this a listen here. I'm gonna lower my music down.
Israel has an overwhelming lobby over the United States government, and we have unconditionally supported them. We have fought their wars in the Middle East. Bibi Netanyahu came to our Congress in the 90s, told us a list of countries that we need to take out. Some were Syria, Iraq, Iran, Libya, etc. Through those wars, we have lost trillions of dollars. We have lost American servicemen.
We're lobbying everybody else.
You see, and he's doing the bullshit arguments. The bullshit arguments. Well, we're lobbying everybody. Yeah, but nothing is like, everyone knows nothing is like the pro-Israel lobby. When it comes to foreign policy, I mean, don't give me this NRA bullshit. When it comes to foreign policy, nothing is more powerful than the Israel lobby. That's going to change soon, though. But just give this a watch. Now, what is he faced with? He is faced with the summation of the current trend of nationalism, which is, are you America first or Israel first? And believe me, not last week, but the week before last week, I was outside and I saw a pickup truck, a big fat black pickup truck, and it rode in front of me. And it had 3 flags. One was the American flag. 2, the second flag was the MAGA flag, and then the flag behind that was a flag that said America first. And I knew, I told myself, I said, when they say America first, we all know what that means. That means fuck Israel. That's what that means. It literally means fuck Israel. That's what that means. And so when they see Israel first, believe me, the Israelis are worried, the pro-Israel folks are worried, they're all worried about that stuff, because what is the logical conclusion? And Trump started this whole thing. He started this whole thing. America first, America first, America first. And so then what happened? People said, okay, America first, that means Israel isn't first. Now what are you gonna do? So now you have to be a little bit critical of Israel. Now you have to try to show that you're not totally working at the behest of Israel. You're not going to acquiesce to all their demands. You're not subservient to the lobby. And that's why you see Vance criticizing Israel. You see Witkoff, Kushner criticizing Israel. Donald Trump recently criticizing Israel in his interview with Time Magazine. Saying, do you know what Donald Trump said in Time Magazine? Donald Trump said, if I did not stop this war, Netanyahu would have continued on. We had to put the leash on him after he bombed Qatar. It's an embarrassment for the United States. I do not believe that America wanted Israel to bomb Qatar. I just don't believe that. Why would America want a major Gulf ally to be bombed by Israel? It just doesn't look good to see an American ally bombing another American ally, and then people think that America just stands around and does nothing about it. It doesn't look good for America. It looks like America doesn't have control over Israel. So Donald Trump said, I had to put my foot down, and I had to put the leash on Netanyahu, so to speak. So Israel went out of control, crossed the big old fat red line, and America now has to show that they actually control Israel. So let's watch some more of this video.
And they will...
America first or Israel first? That is the question.
Charlie was starting to notice about the Israel lobby.
Could I answer my question? Could I answer the question, please?
You're talking about one thing they don't teach in school? They don't teach about the USS Liberty, where Israel literally came, blew up an American ship.
Look at Beck's face. Does this dude look happy? Does this guy look like he's excited to be there? This guy don't want to be there. He doesn't want to be there. He is now being hit with the wave that he was oblivious to. Let's watch some more of this.
Because they want us to get in their war with Egypt, And they don't teach that in school. I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I know body language. Okay, this means I'm trying to give you the impression that I'm acknowledging what you're saying, and maybe I'm kind of agreeing with you, but at the same time, I don't really like being here, guys. I don't really like being here, y'all.
Thank you for your question.
I have a question. Why is there this
Once you see that red hat, you know what's coming. You know what's coming once you see that red hat. That guy doesn't look happy. Beck, I'm talking about. The other guy on the top, he's about to strike. Once you see that red hat, you know you're going to get hit up with the question. Israel first or America first? And you see, this is the evolution of American nationalism. It's not really an evolution. I would say that it's a return to the legacy of American nationalism. Because if you look at American nationalism in the mid-20th century, it was all about America first. Hardcore. It was all about America first. And so what we are seeing right now is a return to that. That's the thing. That's what's happening. Let's watch some more.
societal taboo around criticisms of Israel? For example, AIPAC doesn't have to register as a foreign lobby, but like the Australia lobby does. And it just
that should be changed. That should be corrected.
He's getting a little hot under the collar. Little hot under the collar there. Got to take that jacket off. And he had to say that needs to be changed, because if he does it, that makes him look like he is an asset of a foreign power. So he's having to adapt. He just made his first adaptation. You are seeing the beginning of natural selection in the political realm.
And
that should be changed. That should be corrected. Look, I am not going to say Israel should have any special privileges. None.
Israel.
That's sweating bullets. Yeah, that's the reality. He got hit with the wave. That's the thing. He got hit with that wave. So that's the reality. That is the reality. And Ted Cruz got hit with that wave with the Tucker Carlson interview. And you are going to see the nationalist movements in Western countries turn against Israel. You're going to see it. You're already seeing it. Gradually, you're already seeing it. I'll try to read your guys' questions here. Hold up. Oh, and by the way, somebody told me recently that I am wrong when I say that the world is turning against Israel. And this was this person's argument. He said, Theodore, you're just living in your own confirmation loop that you get from being on social media. In other words, I'm going on to X, I'm going on to YouTube, I'm going on to Facebook, I'm going on to Instagram, and I'm seeing this wave after wave after wave of anti-Israel discourse and anti-Israel sentiment being expressed. And so I am concluding that the world is turning on Israel based on my experience in the algorithmic world of social media. That is a bullshit argument, because the numbers don't lie. Because I am not basing my opinion solely on social media. Social media does play a big role. But let me tell you guys something. The numbers don't lie. When you see that 53% as of March of this year of Americans are critical of Israel, when you see that 69% of Democrats are critical of Israel, when you see that Democrats who are supportive of Israel's war in Gaza are right now in the single digits as far as statistics go, when you see that 80% of the Japanese people are critical of Israel, when you see that the majority of people in South Korea are critical of Israel, when you see that the majority of Europeans are critical of Israel, when you see that even Donald Trump has to criticize Israel, when you see the fact that 2 million people in Italy took part in demonstrations against Israel, when you see that 69 or 60, over 60% of the Italian workforce went on a worker strike as a form of protest against Israel, when you see hundreds of thousands of people in Amsterdam protesting against Israel, or 150,000 people in Amsterdam protesting against Israel, when you see all of these things, when you see Ted Cruz getting hit by the anti-Israel wave, when you see Glenn Beck getting hit by the wave, when you see Charlie Kirk before he was tragically murdered, getting hit by the wave. And you see that even he was becoming critical of Israel. And even he was getting disillusioned with Israel. When you see all of this reality, and then plus add to that the wave after wave after wave of anti-Israel sentiment on social media. You see all of these factors. It's not just an algorithmic loop that is giving me my evidence for what I'm saying. It's all of these things. It's all of the above. It's all of these factors. And so people are going to say, oh, you're just following some confirmation bias. Bullshit! Megyn Kelly got hit with the wave. All these people got hit with the wave. And when you see, for example, Dave Smith, he's got a lot of subscribers. He's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. His average live stream gets around 100,000 plus views, which is pretty good. He brings on Nick Fuentes, boom, he gets over 1 million views. And even Dave Smith had to do a follow-up video saying that his Nick Fuentes interview is his most watched video on his channel. His most watched live stream was when he brought in Nick Fuentes. That tells you something, guys. When you see that Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel, all right, I mean, for most of his career, he was pro-Israel. He was still somewhat pro-Israel before he died, but that was beginning to break. But when he was doing his pro-Israel stuff and he was doing his live streams, Charlie Kirk was getting hundreds of thousands of views for his live streams, on average, I would say. But you look at, what's her name? Candace Owens. Candace Owens does one single live stream. It gets 2 million views. 2 million views for one single Candace Owens live stream. Steve Crowder doesn't get those numbers. Charlie Kirk wasn't getting those numbers. Candace Owens is getting those numbers. The critic of Israel is getting those numbers. That tells you something. The wave is growing and it's not going to end. We're not going to wake up one day and say, you know what? We have now seen the light. We're going to wave the Israeli flag. That ain't going to happen, guys. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, and then you see all of the leaks. Did you guys see the leaks that came out from the Republican Youth Club? All these leaked out text messages of members of the Republican Youth branch talking about how they love Adolf Hitler, talking about how they want to see people burn. Did you guys see this? I think Politico did a whole expose on it. It's pretty freaking scary what the future holds. This is not... See, being critical of Israel when Israel does evils and when evil does wrongs is good. Here is the problem. The problem is we live in an extremist society. I know that people like to attribute extremism to third world countries. They'll say, well, that's North Korea, that's China, that's Iran, that's Gaza, right? Those are the extremist societies. But in America, we live in an extremist society where people find it difficult to have a balanced opinion on things. When they're pro-Israel, when Americans are pro-Israel, they'll deny all the crimes that Israel does, or they'll justify the crimes, or they will cover up for the crimes. When Americans are anti-Israel, they'll start liking the Austrian painter. You see how dangerous this is? It's good to be critical of Israel. Be critical of Israel. Please be critical of Israel. I want people to be critical of Israel. I don't want people to be pro-Israel zombies. I don't want that. Because I've seen where that goes. That enables, because having an American society that is dominated by pro-Israel zombies enables Israel to do genocide and atrocities. So please be critical of Israel. Here is the problem, is when people start going down the road of the Austrian painter. That's the scary trend that I'm noticing. And I'm begging people, I am exhorting and imploring people not to go down that path. We got to have a balanced view. Why are we critical of Israel? Because of injustice. So if our criticism of Israel is because of injustice, then let us not tread upon the path of injustice. And that's what worries me more than anything, really, about this whole thing. That's what worries me. But that's the path that a lot of people are going down. That's the thing that we have to keep in mind. I'll try to read more of your comments here. Let's see here. Hold on. Try to read your guys' comments. A lot of comments here, guys. Try to read all of them. Noticing is, yes, I want to live in Iceland. Okay, cool. We like Britain because they served us. Yep, that's exactly what he's saying. All clear. Okay, let's see here. Deuce Vault. Cool. Let's see here. Tommy looks like a schoolboy. Yep. Why is Tommy Robinson going on this Jewish thing? Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing. People are going to notice this, and he is, I'm telling you, Tommy Robinson is going to be pushed out of the British nationalist movement. That is my prediction for Tommy Robinson. Let's see here. Tommy blinking hard. Yep. Definitely seen his eyes change. Yup. Yup. His whole demeanor changed. Before I forget, anyone have any prayer requests? Appreciate that, sir. Let's see here. Greetings, Earthlings. Prayers for my mom. All right, sir. Hope your mom goes through with whatever she's going through well. Speaking with the Cockney accent, not the royal accent. I know, right? Great cringe moment, absolutely. Shalom from Europe. Shalom, 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 shalom aleichem. These people are getting sloppy. They are so drunk with power. That's correct. Yes, the Israelis have become so spoiled with American support that they just thought we could just do whatever we want and get away with it. That's what they thought. Let's see here. Patriotism. I love my country. Nationalism. I love my country. It's the best, and all others shall bow. That's the dangerous path of nationalism. Let's see. His people are destined for hell. Yep. Jewish guy casually telling Tommy Robinson his people are destined for hell. Yep. Brutal. Yep. He is stating the succinct opposite of the truth. All of they guys I know in England have woken up to Israel. I've seen it. I've seen it. Are you English, Mr. Ronnie Bergia, or do you live in England? Obfuscate, divert, and muddy the waters, but never call me a liar. Absolutely. That is the trick. That is standard gaslighting, and we see this coming from the Hasbroist industry all the time. The wounded Zionist. Maybe Tommy will finally become disillusioned with the whole thing. Greetings, Teddy, watching you from Australia. Appreciate that, sir. Good morning to you, mate. Tommy got that 7K? Absolutely. The wave caught the Gulf Stream to Britain. Yup. Israel is our greatest ally, you guys. It's funny, we didn't have enemies in the Middle East before 1948. Yeah, I know. Exactly, yup. Tommy should... Europe should thank the Gulf of America that they're not freezing over there. What Trump would say. Glenn Beck wanted to join the IDF. Dude is looped. Didn't he? I think he sent a letter to Netanyahu requesting that he be made into an Israeli citizen. Remember that nonsense? He looked like a deer in the headlights. Yup, totally oblivious and totally ambushed. I was once pro-Israel, but that was with rose-colored glasses. We've all been there, man. If you're a millennial or a Gen Xer or a Zoomer, I mean, you've been there. Good evening, morning, Ted. Appreciate that. Goods. Good morning. Happy Friday to you, sir. See here. The Iraq War ruined their playbook. Yes, it did. Yep, the Iraq War caused so much damage and so much distrust for the U.S. government that we don't believe anything. And so when we realized that it was a bunch of pro-Israel folks who pushed us into war, then we realized, oh, damn it, we're not going to trust these people. And that's what happened. Truly. Let's see here. Christ pill, this peak living. Yup. Let's see here. Amen. Appreciate that. If anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, then anti-Palestine is anti-Semitism as well. That is true, but that's something they don't want you to notice. It's an expression literal. I think Theo just blew my speakers. Damn, sorry about that. Yep, that's why I can't stand to listen to people like Glenn Beck for 5 minutes. I used to love Mark Levine. Dude, I never liked Mark Levine. I've always saw him as an asshole. I never liked him. Even when I was pro-Israel, I never liked Mark Levine. I always saw him as a scoundrel. I was a big fan of Glenn Beck, and I did read... I never purchased one of his books, but I did read through one of his... I did read a little bit of one of his books at a bookstore many years ago. I used to watch all of his videos. I used to watch him every day when he was on CNN, and then I continued watching him when he shifted to Fox News. And then I realized that he was just a a psychopath of some sort. I just became disillusioned with the whole conservative movement. I saw him, and there was a book that he wrote some years ago where he talked about really occultism, and he was getting into like energies and just weird occult symbolism. I mean, the guy is evil. Glenn Beck is evil. There's no doubt about that. He started pushing for religious universalism, and guy's evil. Guy's evil. Finally, someone says it out loud. That's what I'm here for. Totally true. Appreciate that. What's a neocon? Is that another way of anti-Semites saying? Did he really say that? Did Mark Levine really say that, Mr. Alexis Corral? We should honor those flags. Trump says he's got loads of oil. The USA has the wrong type of oil. It costs $40 to refine it, only 10 in Iran. Damn. Brother, as a Shia, you don't know how proud I am of you and your father's change of mind. I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to have you on, Mr. Sabti80. Do you live in... Are you Iranian, by the way? Mr. Sabti80? The neoconservatives. The neo... Oh, man, I see what you did right there. Mr. The Just 1430. All true. Schofield propaganda. Like the stream. I hate to say it, guys, but yes, like the stream. If you like the stream, it gets the algorithm to push it to more people, and we can enlarge the audience. So give the stream a like if you can. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Swearing allegiance to a flag is cult-like behavior. It actually... To a certain extent, I understand it. But to another extent, I can also see how pledging allegiance to a flag is very dangerous. Because it can lead to people just indiscriminately obeying their country no matter what. And that's the problem. Hence, they want Venezuela. Yeah, all this stuff about Venezuela, it has nothing to do with fighting drug cartels, guys. It has nothing to do with fighting drug cartels. It has everything to do with oil. When you look, anytime I hear about Venezuela... Remember, there was a time when we saw all these anti-Venezuela videos. People were talking about how they were so poor and everybody there was impoverished and people were eating toilet paper or something like that. All that is bullshit. It's all propaganda. Is there poverty? Sure, yes, poverty. There's poverty everywhere. But it's sort of like that guy from South Africa who took a trip to Germany to talk about how migrants have ruined Germany, and he went to this one street in Germany, and the street is literally full of drug addicts, like just chock full of drug addicts. And some of these drug addicts are white, and he walked through this one road, and he said, "This is Germany, guys." Germany's a pretty big country, and there's over 80 million people living there, and you go on one road and do a whole video on one road, and then say, "This is Germany, guys." That's bad faith. That's you gotta admit, that's kind of a scoundrelly move there. That's like me going to Texas, finding one shitty ass street in Texas somewhere, and then saying, "This is Texas, dude. Texas, man. It's a real dump. This is Texas." Yeah, it's just bullshit. But people were doing that with Venezuela for years. They were just going to Venezuela and they were saying, "Oh, look how shitty Venezuela is. It's so bad, guys. Venezuela is so bad. Look at all this propaganda, regardless if it's true or if it's false, no matter how many facts this type of propaganda utilizes. All of this propaganda is for one reason and one reason only: to support any sort of regime change in Venezuela. And if there is regime change in Venezuela, it will be at the behest of the United States, and it will be for the purpose of controlling Venezuelan oil. That's it. It's all about oil. Why does America go against Iran? Oil, natural gas. Why is the United States so fixated on Central Asia? To make sure that America can control the pipelines in Central Asia. That's what America wants to do. America wants to control all of the transit points for the exportation of oil in Central Asia, so that way Iranian oil doesn't go through Central Asia. That way Iran can't sell its oil to South Asia. That way, the reason why, for example, America wants to control the Caucasus is to make sure that Russia can't import oil from Azerbaijan. So it's all about maintaining the power and establishing power for American oil and gas companies. You see, this is what people don't understand about politics. Now, a lot of people do understand this. To their credit, a lot of people do understand this. But when I hear someone say something like, hey, if I ran for office, I would do this, right? You always see people saying this. Well, if I ran for office and I won, I would do this. And why don't politicians do this? All politicians need to do is do this, and the country will be great. The world will be great. Why can't they do this? Well, because these politicians are cowards, or these politicians are corrupt, and I wouldn't be corrupt. If I became president, I would do this and that and this. And the reality is, you wouldn't do a damn thing. Because the people who really control countries is big corporations. The people who hold the money. So you could say, well, let's say this. Let's say if I became president, I would make friends with Russia and Iran. I wouldn't want to go to war with Iran, nor with Russia, nor with China. I would establish friendly relations with these countries. Well, you may be sincere in expressing those desires, but you wouldn't really get ahead in politics. The reason for that is because, yeah, maybe you want to have friendly relations with Russia, with China, with Iran, but the American oil and gas companies don't want that. Because the American oil and gas companies, they want to be able to maintain pipelines in the Caucasus. They want to be able to maintain pipelines in Central Asia. And they don't want Iran to be a competitor. They don't want Russia to be a competitor. Chevron doesn't want Russia to be able to import oil from Azerbaijan because Chevron wants to have power over oil in Azerbaijan or natural gas in Azerbaijan. Why do you think the Americans armed and backed the Chechen Mujahideen? It wasn't because we really believed in Chechen autonomy and sovereignty, but it was because we wanted to prevent the Russians from importing oil from Azerbaijan. That was it. That's why we backed the Chechen Mujahideen. Why do you think we decided to back the Mujahideen in Afghanistan? Amazingly, America under Trump began to talk about the dangers of Islam and Muslim countries and all this stuff. But at one point in time, the American government was very pro-Mujahideen. Why did America back the Mujahideen in Afghanistan? Why? Because we wanted to make sure that we would be able to export oil from Central Asia into South Asia. And if you look at, and I talked about this before, but if you look at a map, you'll see Iran borders with Central Asia. Iran's got a lot of oil and gas, and Iran wants to sell its energy resources into South Asia, India. But American oil and gas companies don't want that. They want to sell their oil to India. Well, what do? Well, you establish drills and you establish LNG plants in Central Asia, and then you make sure that you can export that Central Asian energy into South Asia. Well, what do? Well, you can then use Afghanistan as a transit point. And then America could take oil from, let's say, Turkmenistan or Kazakhstan and export it into India. And then India would be buying oil and natural gas from American companies and not Iranian companies or the Iranian government. So it's all about corporate power and resources and money and all that stuff. And so let's say you do become president and you have these really good and principled ideas that I agree with and that I believe are great. And so you get into office and you say, I'm gonna make friends with Iran and China and we're gonna end this bullshit once and for all. We're all gonna become friends. Well, guess what's gonna happen? As soon as you become president, you're gonna get paid a visit by a bunch of guys with black suits and red ties, as Putin explained. And they're gonna tell you how it works. They're gonna tell you how things go. They're gonna tell you what they tolerate and what they don't tolerate. And then you're going to realize that the president really doesn't have as much power as some people think he does. And so that's the bottom line. That's how this whole thing works. The money controllers, the people who control the resources, all that stuff, they dictate policy. It's not a coincidence that Dick Cheney was pushing for the war in Iraq while he was serving on the board of, what was it? I think it was Lockheed Martin. Was it Lockheed Martin? Hold on a second. I'm going to get my facts straight here. He served as an advisor to Lockheed Martin. Yeah, there you go. So it's not a coincidence. I mean, why would he? What interest does Lockheed Martin have in that? Of course, war. Lockheed Martin is a big defense company to make money out of war. It's that simple. So if I were a guy who ran for president and I said, well, if I become president, we're going to end the wars. Well, who's not going to like that? All the big defense companies. If I say, well, if I become president, then we're going to stop going against Iran. We're going to make friends with Iran. We're going to make friends with China. Well, guess what's going to happen? The big oil companies, the gas companies aren't going to like that. The thing also that we have to keep in mind is public opinion. Because public opinion does matter. That does matter, because how are you going to get votes if you don't appeal to public opinion somehow? So there is the corporate interest, but at the same time, there is the realm of public opinion. And these things both share in political power, so to speak. Let's see here. Hold on. I'll try to read your guys' comments. Glenn Beck, the Mormon. Yep, Glenn Beck, he's not even watched anymore. That's correct. Nobody gives a shit about Glenn Beck anymore. Let's see here. My dad was born in 1928. Damn. He grew in Berlin. He grew up in the Mustache Man youth, and he was half Polish. Wow. Well, you know, they are Germans who have Slavic blood, just given the fact that Poland and Germany are neighbors. Let's see here. Maybe we should look at the painter directly ourselves instead of resting on our laurels based on public schooling. Well, there you go. This is another example of what I'm talking about. We get it. Dawa Queen. Let's see here. Not the Austrian. Okay, the Austrian painter hated the central banks, modern day Israel. I hate Hitler, for the record. Okay. If you don't prioritize, etc., etc. If you have known about this a long time, then you see why this is suspicious. I get you 100%. Oh, I get the see, here's the thing. When something becomes a super popular trend, all right? You have to keep this in mind. You have to ask yourself, why is this a trend? Why is this happening? And I've talked about this before in one of my last videos, but there was the whole anti-jihad, counter-jihad trend that blew up in the early 2000s, and then it really peaked in 2014, 15, 16, 17. It really peaked. Then it began to decline, I would say, in 2018. Really declined in 2020. But why did it peak so much? Why did it blow up so much? Why? It served a government interest. The counter-jihad movement served a government interest. Look at the minds behind the counter-jihad movement. I did a whole 17,000-word essay on this topic. If you want to read it, I will put a link in the chat for you. It is a very detailed article that shows 100% that the counter-jihad movement was and is a government psyop. Why did the government have interest in counter-jihadism? Because counter-jihadism was used to justify the wars in Afghanistan and in Iraq. Counter-jihadism was used to foment militarism. Counter-jihadism was used to foment nationalism, which is the interest of NATO. It has been the interest of NATO since the Cold War. So the counter-jihad movement absolutely served a government interest. In fact, guys, I will tell you guys a story. Back from the good old counter-jihad days. My dad was talking to me about this last night. But my dad, many years ago, we're talking 2013 or so, I will say. My dad was invited to come to, I want to say Washington. I have to ask him for confirmation, but I'm pretty certain he was invited to come to Washington to meet with Michelle Bachmann. Michelle Bachmann was a representative. She was a member of Congress. Michelle Bachmann had very principled aspirations, but because she was someone who got into politics for the sake of principles, she didn't make it very far, because people who make it far in politics don't have principles. Michelle Bachmann wanted to get into politics to really make a change for the better of the United States. So Michelle Bachmann wanted my dad to come to this meeting in, I want to say, Washington. So my dad went to this meeting. And there, my dad met these government officials. And my dad met this guy who said that he took part in the team that killed Osama bin Laden. Whatever. Who knows if that's true, but that's what this guy told my dad. And there were all these different government big shots that were there, officials, and they wanted my dad to come to this meeting, and they told my dad that they wanted to create a new organization that would spark a boom, that would re-energize the counter-jihad movement. So there was the counter-jihad movement. The counter-jihad movement was there, but they wanted to give it an extra oomph, so to speak. They wanted to give it extra energy. And so they told my dad, we want to make this organization. We want you to be a part of it and all this stuff. And my dad said, not interested. And the people who were in this meeting were all involved in government. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them, the great majority, were involved in government. And one thing that really, really turned off my dad, one thing that really angered my dad, was there was this official there. My dad didn't get the guy's name, but there was some official that was there. And he was drinking alcohol and he was smoking a cigar. And I'm sure they were very expensive cigars. I mean, this is the government that we're talking about. And this guy is a Texas guy, one of those Texas patriot guys, And he walks up to Michelle Bachmann smoking a cigar. And he blows smoke into Michelle Bachmann's face. And he keeps doing it. And Michelle said, stop. And my dad looked at this dude and said, hey, enough. Enough of that. Well, I'm just joking. So my dad said, these people are evil, bottom line. And they proposed to my dad this idea of creating this organization to add energy to the counter-jihad movement. And my dad said no. And he went back home and he told me about this. I remember we picked him up from the airport. He was telling me these stories about the smoke blowing and the drinking and just the sheer... He talked to me about how you could just feel the arrogance in the air. And my dad didn't like that. And he just said, no, I don't want to be a part of this. But they were all government. They were all government. And it really proved in real time that the counter-jihad movement was government. And so it's no coincidence. It is no coincidence that the government was interested in the counter-jihad movement at the same time when counter-jihad sentiment blew up in immense popularity in the American populace. So, add to this, right, take this knowledge that I've just expressed, take this fact that I just expressed, and apply it to what's happening now. Why is it that the anti-Israel stuff is blowing up insanely high? And right now, there has never been a more popular time to be anti-Israel in America than now, at least in the whole post-World War II era. There has never been a time to be more anti-Israel than now. Right now. Well, ask yourself why that is. There is an agenda. And I suspect that the government is priming the population to get ready to say bye-bye to Israel. That's my suspicion. I could be wrong, but that's my suspicion. Let me see. What part of the Middle East am I from? My father is from the West Bank. And yes, give the stream a like. The Just 1430 is helping me out here. Give the stream a like, guys. It does help the algorithm. It gets the algorithm to push the stream to more people. It's the sheer hubris and arrogance, Ted, to think they can do whatever they want and get away without the repercussion. Yep. Mr. Banned Everywhere Fuentes is doing an interview tour with what seems like every YouTuber out there. It is, guys, it's so unbelievably obvious. So Fuentes gets kicked out of YouTube, but yet you have people, you can look this up yourself if you don't believe me. You have people on YouTube who do reaction content, just playing Fuentes' videos, and then occasionally stopping the video to give a short comment and then resuming the video. You're based. Nick Fuentes was kicked out of YouTube, but his videos are still being played on YouTube, and they're getting a lot of views. And for some reason, the YouTube algorithm, which wants the audience to be safe, continues to push Fuentes' videos through, and regardless of the fact that Fuentes is banned, it continues to push Fuentes' videos that are being uploaded by third-party YouTube channels. Yes, you're absolutely right to be suspicious. It's good to be critical of Israel, just like it's good to be critical of jihadism or Sharia law or the crazy Islamist movements. But don't be oblivious to the fact that governments use this for agendas. It's good to be critical of Israel, but don't be oblivious. Don't fall for the same mistake that I made. Because when my website was getting millions of views, I thought, wow, man, our website is going far. This is crazy. And I was oblivious. This was back in 2013, 14, 15, 16. I was oblivious to what was happening. In the beginning, at least. 2013, 14, 15. I was oblivious. And then I began to think. 2016, I began to open my eyes to this. But I was oblivious. I didn't realize that governments use movements for agendas, that governments push certain narratives for the advancement of some sort of interest. Don't be oblivious. Be awake. Be woke. And I don't mean woke in the left-wing sense of the word, but I mean be woke in the sense that you should be aware. As the song from Danny Glover says, stay woke. In the good sense, not in the bad sense. Stay woke. Be awake. As St. Peter says, be vigilant. Be vigilant. Understand there is an agenda at hand here. Don't fall for the path of Hitler. That's all I'm saying. So yes, be critical of Israel, but be diligent. Be vigilant. Have discernment. Let's see here. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold up. Let's see. Did Beck get his Israeli citizenship? No, he didn't. Thoughts on future attack on Iran? I think it's going to happen. I think that the whole Israel-Iran thing, I don't know. I think it's going to happen again. Yeah. And I think eventually, the thing is that I think Jeffrey Sachs said this. I think Jeffrey Sachs said that if Israel continues to insist on a war with Iran, eventually America will cut ties with Israel. I think Jeffrey Sachs said that. And I think eventually what's going to happen is what the prophet Jeremiah said. Your allies will abandon you. I think what's going to happen is what St. John said about the harlot of Babylon. Your lovers will abandon you. And I think that's what's going to happen to Israel. I think her lovers will abandon her. And I think Iran is going to prevail over Israel. You're Iraqi? Ah, Iraqi. I like Iraqi music. I listen to a lot of Iraqi music. It's very good. Let's see here. Stream is great. Appreciate that, Chris. The crazy thing is, without sounding like a crazy hippie stoner, we could live in a planet with absolutely zero wars. We absolutely could. We absolutely could live in a planet with no wars. There's plenty of food. There's plenty of fertile ground. There's plenty of water. There's plenty of natural resources. There's plenty of oil and gas. There is literally zero excuse for war. Zero. We could all get along. All of us can get along if we actually wanted. If we really wanted to, we could all just get along, share our resources, and that's it. But that's not the world that we live in, because we live in a world of domination. We gotta dominate. We can't let anyone else export these resources. We can't let any other power rival with us. They say, well, China's gonna be number one. Okay, China's number one, so what? Let's say China becomes the #1 economy in the world. We could still get along. We could still get along. America right now is arming the shit out of Japan to go to war with China. Is that really necessary? How many times, and Jeffrey Sachs, to his credit, made this observation, in the last 1,000 years, how many times did China invade Japan? Answer, 0. 0! Why in the hell are we talking about a war between Japan and China? Why in the hell are we still so insistent on Japan buying American weapons? Why? Money. It's a business. Simple as that. Why are we talking about a war between Germany and Russia? Why is the French government talking about a war between Russia and France by the end of the decade? Money. Planes gotta be purchased. Fighter jets have to be purchased. Oil has to be sold for the fueling of all these military vehicles. Tanks, guns, different types of weapons, tech. It's all a giant business. And so people have to kill each other for the financial pleasure, for lack of better words, of the big capitalistic industrialist. It's all about domination. We're going to sell our stuff. Our stuff has to dominate. Our businesses have to dominate. Our oil companies have to dominate. Don't let any other rivals even get close to our league. We can't have that. But if we just gave and took a little bit, if we just said, okay, we're going to sell our resources. These guys are going to sell their resources. We're going to buy these resources. These guys are going to buy these resources. We're going to buy resources from this country. They're going to buy resources from our country. We're going to buy goods from China. China's going to buy goods from America. We're all going to sort of cooperate, and we're going to benefit from each other. You wouldn't need war. Is war in Sudan necessary? No. What's the point? Hundreds of thousands of people killed. What is this? In Sudan. Starvation happening in Sudan. What's the purpose of this war? Why are so many people being killed? Is this a necessary war? Are all these deaths in Sudan necessary? Is all this starvation in Sudan necessary? Why are they killing each other in Sudan? Why? I've talked about this before. Well, because you have two factions in Sudan, the Sudanese government and the RSF. They want to control the government. So they're killing each other over that, and so now hundreds of thousands of people have to die, and countless lives have to starve to death because of that. Oh, and the RSF controls these gold mines in Sudan, and the United Arab Emirates wants to get the gold from Sudan, so the RSF is shipping the gold to the UAE, and the UAE is arming the RSF in turn to get the gold. So these people want gold, these people want guns, and then the result is what? People starving to death and being butchered. 15,000 people massacred in Al Janina, people being massacred in El Fasher, people being butchered in West Darfur for what? For gold? And people can sell weapons? And some people can get power? And they're going to be dead in 40 years anyway? And you want to take power? You're going to be dead in 40 years if you're lucky. You're going to die of old age or some other natural cause in 40 years if you're lucky. And so what? You're going to lie in your deathbed and say you're so proud of the fact that so many people died because you wanted power? What kind of fucking crazy shit is that? Only in the world of political brainwashing does any of this make sense. We're going to go to Iraq and millions of Iraqis are going to die because we want to make sure that America's empire dominates and we can sell weapons and make money, and the military-industrial complex makes money. But millions of people are going to die as the price. And then people rationalize it and say, well, we had to go in Iraq because our intelligence told us this. And yeah, it was bad intelligence, but that's all we knew at the time, so we really didn't have a choice. And that justifies millions of people dead. Only in the world of political discourse do people try to make sense of this. It's like when I would argue with Catholics, and Catholics would say, yeah, but we still have to go to church even though the priest, even though the Catholic Church covers up for sexual predator priests who prey on children, we still have to honor the Roman Catholic Church, and it doesn't matter if the Pope embraces Sodom, doesn't matter if the Pope embraces LGBT, no, none of that matters, doesn't matter if the popes in the past have covered up for predators, doesn't matter if the current Pope, Pope Leo, who nobody talks about for some strange reason, covered up for some predator priest back in the past in I think Peru, none of that matters because it's the Roman Catholic Church. Only in the world of I hate to say this, but only in the world of religious brainwashing does this make sense. Only in the world of Pharisaical, indiscriminate brainwashing does this make sense. And that's what Jesus was trying to say. Jesus came to this world and he told the Pharisees, wait, you guys are doing all this evil. You guys are wicked. You guys are power hungry. The priests are exploiting foreigners. You guys are making money out of, you're using the room that was given to foreigners to pray to God so that you guys can make money and sell merchandise. You have made the temple into a place to make money instead of a place where all nations are invited to worship God. And my Father's house was made to be a house of worship for all nations, and you have made it into a den of thieves. But yet you guys rationalize this evil because you guys are the religious powerhouse, and so you're trying to rationalize your evil, and the flock has followed. But Jesus was trying to open people's eyes to this, you see? So people try to rationalize all this stuff. They try to rationalize evil in the name of politics. They try to rationalize evil in the name of religion. But once you actually look at things for what they are, war between RSF and Sudanese government, why is this necessary? Well, because I want to rule Sudan, so now millions of people or hundreds of thousands of people have to die because you want to rule Sudan, and then you're going to be dead in 30 years or 40 years? How the fuck does that make any sense? UAE, why are you arming these rapists and murderers? Oh, because we want gold, so we're arming them. Yeah, but they're rapists and murderers. Yeah, but so what? The gold is good for the UAE. None of this makes sense. It's insanity. Skyrim music is better than Oblivion music. I think the whole Elder Scrolls music is pretty good. Theo, how old are you? I'm 35. I just turned 35 last month. Corporate power tied to geopolitically advantageous arrangements. That's correct. CIA needs those poppy fields in Afghanistan maintained in order to sell their heroin. Yep. The Shah in Iran, I think, wanted his own equipment to drill the oil. Venezuela oil is state-owned. Yeah, they don't like that. They are two things that cause any country to do anything, increase money, power, and ideology. What I just wrote to you in Iraqi Arabic, I see. I don't speak Arabic, so I wouldn't be able to understand. My dad speaks Arabic, though. Let's see here. I mainly got stage actor vibes from Beck. 100% true. Yeah, 100% true. He's very theatrical. Never liked him either. I did like Michael Savage. Yeah, Michael Savage he was my favorite personality to listen to. I don't like the fact that Michael Savage started kind of giving a platform to eugenists. But back in the day, I used to listen to him every day. And I think there is... I do appreciate the fact that he started criticizing Israel. I have to give him that. Americans benefit from the U.S. intervention in other countries. They do. Yeah, it keeps the gas cheap. Friends with all, alliance with none, known for entanglements. Let's see here. Two things, two sides, both connected to the same bird. Bedouin, that's why, okay, blah, blah, blah. Venezuela, the Vietnam for a new generation of American grunts. I don't think, I mean, if America wants to do boots on the ground in Venezuela, I don't think, how are you going to justify that? You would have to do a false flag attack, blame it on the Venezuelans. Are people really going to fall for that? That's the question. Why is Theodore pushing his theory so hard? I don't know. I really believe in it. Let's see here. Is Theo right-wing, conservative, or libertarian? I try to see who's right and who's wrong, regardless of the faction that they're in. So if liberals are right about certain things, then I'll agree with them. If conservatives are right about certain things, then I'll agree with them. And I find things that liberals say that I agree with, and I find things that conservatives say that I also agree with. I try to find a road where I'm not constrained by factional tribalism, in the sense that I don't have to defend a particular faction no matter what. So if conservatives do things that are evil, I call it out. And if liberals do things that are evil, I call it out. That's my position. But I really don't care one bit about people's religious backgrounds, as long as they don't support genocide. There you go. We are in agreement. Let's see here. or has thousands of years of religious conflict not evidence that out conflict descends from irreconcilable differences? Selecting a chosen God is a great way to create enemies for life. It's not really a chosen God. It's a supremacist mentality that leads to this sort of thing. I can see the Americans getting bogged down in Venezuela. I don't know. I don't know. If there is a war in Venezuela, it'd probably be a short war. I don't see a major deployment, but I could be wrong. I don't know. We'll have to we will have to see. Venezuela wants to establish their own currency backed by their own oil, and that's a big no. Yep. Let's see here. Are you pro-capitalism? To a certain extent, yes. At the same time, I do understand that unlimited capitalism, or capitalism that is not leashed somehow, will lead to corporate tyranny 100% of the time. So that's the issue that we have to keep in mind. That is 100% the issue we have to keep in mind. It's about oil. Let's see here. Love your styling, honesty. I'm surprised I hadn't heard about you. Appreciate that, Mr. Jawed Yusuf Zai. Glad to have you on. Iran and the Middle East have oil that just flows. USA have shale. They have to put high pressure water and sand. Oh, I see. So that's why they don't like drilling too much here in the United States. That makes sense. You and your dad, I appreciate that, Chris. You and your dad got pushed aside by the U.S. conservative movement the moment you criticized the alphabet people. 100%. That's right. As soon as I criticized Sodom and the synagogue of Satan, it was over for us. Let's see here. Hello, Rusty Shackleford. Glad to have you on. Rusty Shackleford is one of the original members of this audience. I know there's a lot of people who just recently started listening to this channel, and you guys are welcomed. But they are members of this audience who are part of the original team. They're part of the OG team. And for years, I had a small audience for this channel. And I started out with like 15 listeners, and then it went up to 30 or 40. And so I basically, it came to the point where I had my core audience members listening to every stream, and Rusty was one of them. Rusty was one of the OG 30 members of this for this YouTube stream. Glenn Beck and his chalkboard. How could I forget? I have good friends in England, living in the tourist town of Orlando. You meet people from all over. Oh, awesome. Interesting. I just follow my dad's old school advice. Stay away from protests. Stay away from rallies. Do your own research. Words of wisdom. I agree with your father. Red card for Tommy. Yep, the world is waking up like dog shaking off its fleas. Not all yet. I'm English. Which part of England do you live in? The radicalization of the political sphere is getting nutty. It is. So basically, the Z stepped on way too many toes over the decades. You are very eloquent compared to other influencers on this topic. You shouldn't have a million. You should have. I appreciate that, Jawed. Thank you, sir. Now, there are pros and cons to being a nobody. When you are a nobody, when you just have 20 people watching a live stream or 30 people watching a live stream, that lessens the likelihood of people flagging your videos, and that lessens the likelihood of your channel being taken down. But if you have 1 million listeners, you're going to have a ton of enemies. And so you're going to have people who are going to try to take you down. And that's the con to being well known. The con to being a nobody is you have a very low chance of being deplatformed. The pro to being a nobody is that you have a much lesser chance of being deplatformed. The pro to being, wait, what the fuck is wrong with me? The pro to being a nobody is that you have less of a chance of being deplatformed. The con of being a nobody is that you're a nobody. Listening to Thea while grocery shopping hits different. This is Scoop. Appreciate that, Mr. Scoob. Glad to be a source of entertainment for you while you are shopping. Have a good time shopping, and I hope you get everything that you're looking for. I've never took the routes. Appreciate that, Chris. That's good. Let's see here. Pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, both heels. Where are the baby faces? The heroes to expose and warn against such crimes? Well, it isn't a pleasant turnaround. I mean, for goodness sake, it was hard-reading culture of critique 20 years ago and only able to whisper about it to very few people. Culture of critique. I've heard that term before. I'm going to look that up real quick. Hold on. Culture of critique. Yeah. I've heard of this before. I've heard of Kevin McDonald. Yeah, interesting. I'm going to leave it at that. Only a Sith Lord believes in absolutes, and there's a lot of Sith Lords. Yep. Boomer Christians, yeah, not the current Gen Z millennials. An entirely different breed. Oh yeah, totally different. Totally different planet. Different planet, guys. Situation on the ground came from. They sounded like 12-year-olds who found pole for the first time and had zero self-awareness. Christians are huge supporters of Israel. Evangelical Christians are. Yeah, but that's changing, though. Charlie Kirk's face was literally twitching toward then. And when he had to answer questions, yep, I remember. It's a tsunami, yep. TPUSA will file for bankruptcy by 2027. Watch. That's a very astute prediction. I wanted to show you guys something. Look at... Let's do a social experiment. Or a social observation. I actually wanted to do this on a stream. So let's look at Charlie Kirk's official YouTube channel. Let's take a look at this. Guys, you gotta check this out. Look at this shit. Look at this. You gotta check this out, guys. Hold up. This is YouTube. This is Charlie Kirk's official YouTube page. Look at this. Make it a little smaller. Hold up. Let's just look at this, okay? This is Charlie Kirk's official YouTube channel. It has 5.6+ million subscribers. All right, you got 5+ million subs. I should be seeing your videos getting on average at least hundreds of thousands of views. We're talking 400,000, 500,000, right? Asmongold levels. We should be seeing... Asmongold doesn't have 5+ million subs. He's got, what, 4 million subscribers? And Asmongold's videos on average get hundreds of thousands of views at least on average. And he gets a lot of videos that get at least 1 million views. So let's look at what views this guy's getting. Right, this is Charlie Kirk's official YouTube channel. They're still running the channel. 36,000 views. Now, 36,000 views for me is pretty damn good because I got 17,000 subs. So that's pretty good for me. But for a 5+ million sub channel, that's a big ass decline. Look at this video. 9,000 views. Guys, 9,000 views. Now again, 9,000 plus views for me being a 17,000 sub channel, pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. That's over 50% of my subs. But the subscriber number to view count in this channel, right? The subscriber number to view count ratio in this channel is pretty damn horrendous. 9,000+ views for a channel that has 5,000+ subs. That is a disaster. That's a complete disaster. Let's look at some more. 8,900 views. Disaster, guys. Disaster. If I was running this channel, I would be embarrassed. I'd be like, oh my god. You're telling me out of 5+ million people, 8,900 views? Now again, 8,900 views for me, pretty damn good. But for this channel, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. It's all going down. 17,000 subs. 15,000, 11,000 subs, 11,000, 8,000 subs. Guys, my YouTube... Okay. Let's just... Hold on. Why? Okay, OBS is accessing my screen. Great. Don't care. Guys, let's take a look at my channel. This is my channel. I have 17,000 subs. All right? 17,000 subscribers, which means I'm in the danger zone, which means YouTube could take me out any day. 3,200 views. Now, for a 17,000+ subscriber channel, that's not bad. 6.2 thousand, 4.6 thousand, 1.5 thousand for this video because it was a short little video that I did with my phone, just giving an update, not really serious content. 5.9 thousand, 5,000, 9.8 thousand. Wow, that's pretty good for a 17,000 sub channel. 6.2 thousand, 36,000, 5.2 thousand. Not bad for a 17,000 sub channel. You'd be surprised to see how many channels have 20,000 subscribers and their view count on average is in the hundreds. So this is pretty good for me. All right, I'm pretty happy with this. Honestly, I would be very happy if I just got at least 1,000 views video. On average, if I got 1,000 views a video, that I would be content with that. But now let's look at Charlie Kirk's 5+ million sub channel. 9.2, 8.9. This is a disaster, guys. 11,000. The whole thing has crashed and burned. The whole Charlie Kirk thing has crashed and burned. You want to know why the whole thing crashed and burned, guys? You want to know why this whole thing has crashed and burned? Because it's pro-Israel. And a lot of people believe that Israel had a hand in what happened to Charlie. And they see this producer, Mr. Andrew Volvit, or whatever his name is, and they see him and they go, this dude's just a Zionist. I don't care about this guy. He's not Charlie. Charlie at least was seeing the light. This guy ain't seeing no light. This guy ain't shedding the light on Israel. Now, I want to show you guys something. I almost forgot to mention. Check this out, guys. Check this shit out. Check this out. This is crazy. 9.2 thousand, 34,000, right? 20,000, 93,000. Okay, now look at this. 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 Check this out. The only videos that I'm seeing going above 100,000 are the ones talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Elementary school teacher mocks Charlie Kirk's death. No King's protest. 141,000. Why does this get 141,000? Because it has to do with Charlie Kirk's death. 141,000 views. Assassination culture on full display at the No King's protest. Now look at this one. Check this one out, guys. Charlie Kirk's Full Medal of Freedom ceremony. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Oh my God. Here it is. Charlie Kirk's Full Medal of Freedom ceremony, 60,000 views. It doesn't even break the 100,000 mark. Why do they not give a shit? Why do all these millions of people not give a damn about this video? You know why? Because Charlie Kirk's wife is not trusted. That's why. Because she barely showed any emotion talking about Charlie. After watching Charlie almost get decapitated in real time. People don't trust Erica. They don't like Erica. Now there's something else I want to show you. Check this out, guys. Look at this. Look at this. So I'm going video after video after video. The only video that I'm seeing thus far getting near 500,000 views is... Look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find it. Where is it? Let's lower that. I gotta find a faster way to make the screens a little bit smaller. Right here. Look at this. The leaked text messages. Hello? So I'm looking video after video after video, right? 8,000 views, 9,000, 20,000. The only video that I'm seeing thus far at this point that's getting 500,000 or 500,000 plus views is the video in which the producer, Andrew Colvin, is talking about the messages from Charlie that got presented by Candace Owens. In which Charlie is talking about how the pro-Israel donors left him no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. So they don't give a shit about the wife, Eric, this, that. Oh, we got this new guest on. Let's talk about this. They start talking about the leaked messages. Now you got their attention. You see what I'm saying here? You see what's happening here? Do you see? It's not just in our imagination what's happening. What's happening is it's not in our imagination, guys. It's not limited to our imagination. What's happening is real. The wave against Israel is very real. The numbers don't lie. The wave against Israel is very real. They don't give a damn about TPUSA. Okay, why? Because they don't trust Andrew Colvin. They don't trust the dude with the glasses. They don't trust Erica Kirk. They don't trust any of them. Because as far as people are concerned, they're thinking, wait a second, you're still getting the donors? You're still pro-Israel? You're still being friendly with the pro-Israel donors? What's happening, Mr. Colvin? What's going on? And then you told us that Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel, but then you had these messages, these leaked text messages from Charlie the whole time, in which Charlie is making it very clear that he has become disillusioned with Israel to the point where he is left with no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Oh my Lord. It took Candace Owens to get you to admit this? It took Candace Owens to get you to admit this? And that's why the views dropped. You see why the views dropped? That's why the views have dropped. You see what's happening here, guys? The whole damn world is changing. Overnight. The world is changing. Overnight. The wave is rising. Overnight. The waves are roaring. Overnight, it's happening. And as far as I know, Charlie Kirk needs to be made into an honorary Palestinian. Because his martyrdom has amplified the third intifada, the global intifada, where his own subscribers only give a damn about what his channel is producing when the channel is talking about the text messages from Charlie in which he is saying, I'm dumping the whole Israel cause. Then they give a shit. The waves are roaring. The tide has turned. We cannot stop what's happening. That's the bottom line. Now, I want to show you something else, all right? So Candace Owens, big critic of Israel. Big, massive critic of Israel. Now, Candace Owens, she got 5+ million subs. She has a little bit less subscribers than Charlie does. A little bit less subscribers, right? A little bit less. She has 5.4+ million subs. Charlie has 5.6 million. Here's Candace Owens. 5.4 million. So a little bit less than Charlie. Let's look at this, okay? She does a live stream. 1 million views. 1.4 million views. 647,000 views. 1.1 million views. This is the types of views that Charlie's channel should be getting, naturally, but it's not. 678 million. 2,875,000. Now let's look at her live streams. Look at the live streams. 2.7 million. 2.3 million. 2.9 million. 2.7 million. You know what this tells me? Her audience is energized by her. If your audience is not energized by you, they're not going to watch you. You have to grab their souls. People are not just interested in information. People are not just interested in, oh, this conservative speaker is talking, Glenn Peck is talking. No one gives a shit. You have to grab people by their very souls. It's like the scene from Braveheart when William Wallace is talking to Robert the Bruce, and William Wallace tells Robert the Bruce, people don't follow titles, they follow courage. Remember that line? Remember that line from Braveheart? People don't follow titles. They follow courage. People don't follow titles. They don't follow fame. People follow vibes. The vibes don't lie. I've said this before. The vibes don't lie. You can't stop what's coming. This girl does a live stream. I've never seen anything like this. Nobody gets this type of views for live streams. Asmund Gold doesn't even get this level of views. Charlie Kirk didn't get this level of views when he was alive. Steve Crowder doesn't get this type of view. I've never seen anyone get this level of views for live streams. 2.9 million. 2.9 million. Let's look at more. 2.9 million. 3.4 million. 3 million. 2.9 million. 3. Every live stream is getting at least 1 million plus views. 4.7 million. 3.4 million. 4.4 million. Hello? What's happening? 8.9 million. 6.8 million. I can go on and on and on. You're telling me that, oh, people are still pro-Israel? How the fuck do you explain these numbers? How do you explain these numbers? Other than that, the tide has turned against Israel and we're living it. It's not like, oh no, people are gonna become anti-Israel in the future. No, we're living it. This is it. There's no turning back from here. And as St. John says in the book of Revelation, the harlot will be abandoned by her lovers. That's what it says. Oh my God. I can't. Oh my God. I gotta show you guys something. Hold on. But now, let's look at Steve Crowder. Because he's a Zionist. He was a part of PJ Media years ago. Which means he was connected to the very people who were funding us. We were once funded by a Zionist billionaire couple. This couple was running PJ Media. Steve Crowder had a career in PJ Media. He did videos for PJ Media, which means he's connected to that circle. It's all part of the same circle. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Let's look at Steve Crowder.
The reason we're here, and I don't think you would argue that.
Let's look at Crowder. Another asset for Israel, okay? $448,000. Now, it's not bad. How many subscribers does he have? 5.8. Hold on. He's got more subscribers than Candace. A little bit more. And he's got a little bit more than Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. So he should be getting at least 1 million views for a live stream. At least, right? If truly he represents the American people. And he represents the current political trends. Okay? 64,000 views. 448,000 views. It's not bad. 448,000 is not bad. Now, let's check something out here. Is he criticizing Candace in this video? I'm sure he is. Let's look at this video.
They're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did. In Israel, they gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their secret.
Because this is coming in live.
Okay, here's
It's a holiday. Bro.
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing, but
Weaseling here saying, oh, well, I said the Fed, not the Trump administration. I said a boulevard.
so he's criticizing Candace Owens. Let's look at the comments. So it looks like this is his fan club, so they're they're agreeing with him. So this is the, I'm guessing so what I'm gonna assume here is that the remnant of the pro-Israel faction and the conservative movement follow Crowder. And this channel represents that remnant. But still, I mean, he has more subscribers than Candace, and he's got more subscribers than Kirk. 453,000, 68,000 views for a 5+ million channel is not a good look. 257,000 views is okay. 914,000, that's because he went to a black barbershop. That's the reason why. 673,000, 202,000, 131,000. Now, the numbers aren't bad. Okay? These aren't terrible numbers. 234,000, over 500,000, 94,000, that doesn't look very good. 3.1 million, he did a change my mind. Those tend to get a lot of views. I'm back. He said, I'm back. He gets 1.1 million views. The majority of his subscribers don't even give a shit. Do you see what I'm saying here? 153,000. He should be getting Candace levels views, but he's not. He's not getting Candace tier views. He's not getting that. The Zionist industrial establishment is collapsing before our fucking eyes, everyone. Before our eyes. We're seeing it in real time. Let's see here. Did Erdogan just imply Turkey wants to enter? Yes, he does. I think YouTube promotes them and gives them bot subscribers. I'm gonna block him. Good idea. He looks for trouble behind his screen. Yes, he does. I blocked him. Brand new window. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Chris, ignore him. Yes, weaponology is a hobby of mine. You guys are arguing amongst each other. Did that link go through, you guys? I don't even know what you're talking about. Kalashnikov. Okay, you guys are talking about... Maybe the harlot is the USA. I think the USA is one of the kings that sleeps with the harlot. I think the harlot is Jerusalem. The New Young Republicans who are getting tired of Israel. Yep. I actually started finding Candace attractive for years after of not liking her since her Israel opinions. Interesting. Candace is amazing. I think she provides some really good information. And the thing is that Candace Owens, she was the one who presented the text of Charlie Kirk saying, hey, I'm tired of this whole thing. I'm going to leave the pro-Israel cause. And I remember the Zionists, the Hasbarat, you know what I'm going to call them? The Hasbara bots, okay? The Hasbara bots just came in a wave against her on X, and they were saying, oh, she made these up. These texts are fabricated. Charlie never said this. We want evidence, damn it. And then Andrew Colvett, the producer for Charlie Kirk, comes out and says, no, the texts are real. And that video gets over 500,000 views. After so many of his videos, we're not even getting anywhere near that number. So it really goes to tell you what's going on here. I do wonder, did Charlie just want a less public connection to Israel interest, but was willing to work with them? I think he was becoming disillusioned with the whole thing. Here's the thing, guys, and I've talked about this many times. When you are raised to be pro-Israel like Charlie was, okay, this is gonna sound, okay, I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna try to be as careful as I can be with my words, with my language, okay? Many conservatives, Christians in America are raised to be pro-Israel. They're raised to be pro-Israel. They're raised with this idea that if they're not pro-Israel, then they're going to go to hell. They're not honoring God. They're not going to get the blessings of God, etc., etc. So they're brainwashed. I was raised to be pro-Israel. When you are raised to be pro-Israel, like Charlie Kirk was, it takes a long time to get out of it. For some people, it takes faster than others. For many, it takes a while. It takes a while, but eventually they get there. So you start noticing certain things here and there. You start noticing some red flags here and there. And that's when the noticing begins, and eventually the noticing intensifies, and then it leads you on a path to where you just are no longer a Christian Zionist. That's what happens. It takes a while. Now, before you reach that point, before you start noticing the synagogue, you are oblivious to the totality of evil. You are oblivious to the totality of evil. Someone who does not notice what St. John warned about in the book of Revelation when speaking of the synagogue is like a puzzle that is missing the piece. Sure, the puzzle has some parts of it that are clearly visible. Sure, let's say you're putting a jigsaw puzzle together and the jigsaw puzzle is of a meadow with a nice house. Sure, you can see some ducks and you can see some rivers and you can see some meadow. You can see the grass. You can see trees. But the missing piece is still there, and so you're still not getting the full piece. You are oblivious to the totality of evil. You don't notice things. Okay, what do I mean by not noticing? What do I mean by being oblivious to the totality of evil? If you do not notice what St. John warned about in the book of Revelation when he spoke about the synagogue of Satan, you will turn on Fox News and you will see Mark Levine and you will inhale and you will suck up every piece of shit that comes out of his mouth. You'll just absorb it. Oh, this is so great. Oh, yes, so amazing. And you're just loving Mark Levine. You don't notice how obnoxious he is. You don't notice how vicious he is. You don't notice his agenda. You don't notice anything. You turn on Fox News, you see Sean Hannity. If you do not notice what St. John warned about, you are going to suck up and inhale all the shit that comes out of his mouth. He's going to tell you about the greatness of Donald Trump. He's going to tell you about the greatness of Israel. He's going to tell you about the greatness of all these things. You're just going to suck it up. You're not going to realize anything. And let's say you're a conservative Christian and you're against Sodom. If you're pro-Israel and you're not noticing anything, you will not see the fact. You will not see the truth of how the synagogue pushed Sodom in America. How what St. John warned against pushed Sodom in America. You will not see the fact of how pro-Sodom Israel is. You will not see the fact that the Sodom rallies in Israel are the biggest rallies by proportion in all of the world. By proportion of population. You won't see that. If you do not see Zion, if you do not see the Zion that the Bible warns against, you will be oblivious to the fact of who was pushing for the Iraq War. You will be oblivious to the fact of how bloodthirsty the Israeli government is. You'll be oblivious to it all. Sean Hannity says there's no genocide. Mark Levine says there's no genocide. You're just going to suck it up. You'll believe it. And yeah, sure, you may know some things. Sure, you may know that the woke left is bad. You may know that the liberals are bad. But you will not see the devil that you do not see. You will only see the devil that you do see. You will only see the most obvious things, but you will never see the devil that lies in the details. And the devil always lies in the details. You are like a puzzle that is missing a piece. And you will never see the totality of evil until you see what St. John warned about. You'll complain about the liberals. You'll complain about the gays or the LGBT. You'll complain about the rainbow flags. You'll complain about the woke left. You'll complain about all these things. But you will never see the totality of evil that lies behind it. Never. And do you know what's so ironic? Is that the answer is so obvious because it lies in the book that everyone talks about, and that is the Bible. You go to the book of Isaiah, the book of Jeremiah, the book of Revelation, Luke, Mark, John, Matthew, Acts, 2 Thessalonians, Romans, Hebrews. You look at all the Bible, and the answer is there. And all these people reading the Bible, and yet they ignore the most obvious fact that the Bible warns us about. And so they walk around like puzzles missing a piece, never seeing the truth that is so in front of them. Because the devil lies in the details, everyone. The devil lies in the details. 1 second. Who is here? I'm gonna get a glass of water, guys. My mouth is kind of dry. 1 second. I'm gonna make the music a little bit louder. Hold on. Let me see your comments. The medieval music is good, but the Oblivion music has got to stop. Why? I like it. Medieval, thanks to the correction. Very medieval times like, yes. Let's see here. I like this music. It's relaxing. It's very relaxing. Is that from a video game? Yup. Great middle-aged music. Yup. It's awesome. I love it. Oh my god, that Oblivion music. It's beautiful. I know. Let's see here. Theo, yo. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of my chat. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see here. Theo's on a roll. Man, it just happens. I don't even plan it. If Israel is ever done away, I will need to throw away all the prophecy books like the late great Planet Earth. I already threw away all those books. You're talking about my life, Theo? Yeah. Let's see here. So true. People follow the vibes, kind of like feeling I got when my dad took us to East Germany and Poland in 1981. I was like 12 years old, but I picked up on the bad vibes. So much for the, let's see here. Under the bridge downtown is where I stuck. I don't know what this dude's talking about. So true. People follow the vibes. Yep. I used to listen to that track while grading papers. It's on an anthology of Venetian loop music. Really? That's awesome. Do you think most Christian evangelicals woke up about Israel? Currently, no, not most, but it's growing. It's definitely growing. I got some lo-fi music playing in the back right now. It's pretty relaxing. What do you guys think of it? I had some Asian lo-fi music. Let's play some... I'm gonna play some Asian lo-fi, dude. Oh, I got some guy trying to sell me some furniture on the commercials. Get out of here, you crook. Trying to sell me furniture. Get out of here. Come buy some furniture. Who the fuck buys furniture, dude? You buy some furniture and that's a... I never understood furniture companies. How in the hell do furniture companies remain in business? I mean, seriously, how do they remain in business? I have seen furniture companies that will be in business for decades, and they're still in business. I'm like, dude, how in the hell are you guys floating? Somebody comes to your store, they buy a couch, that's it. That couch is going to be their couch until they die. I suspect sometimes that furniture businesses are just like money laundering. They're just fronts for money laundering. I don't know what's going on. Lo-fi is always relaxing. Lo-fi music is awesome. I got some Asian lo-fi music. Asian lo-fi. You know, lo-fi music originated in Asia. I don't know if you guys know that, but lo-fi music originated in Japan. I live in the southern USA. I grew up pro-Israel. Now I know the truth about Israel. I did 2 deployments to Turkey in the 90s with the National Guard, the good old days, pre-9/11, lots of history everywhere. Interesting. You'll be surprised how much furniture is being replaced and destroyed. Interesting. I would be surprised, actually. The Turks live from Turkey to Xinjiang, China. It finally dawned on me the Mother of God and Jesus' apostles were hiding in the upper room for fear of the... Yeah. It's right there in the New Testament, guys. It's all there. Let's see here. Ted Cruz said that the church needs to step up to help Israel. What more can they do? Nothing. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing, dude. If your church is stepping up for Israel, your church is going to be hated. That's just the bottom line. I once saw a map of the Seleucid Empire. It looks like Ezekiel 38, war versus the Hasmonean Kingdom. I don't know. I'll have to ask my dad about that. Oblivion music is radical. It's awesome, Mr. Asian text. Morrowind is the best. I'll have to look up Morrowind music. Welcome, like the stream. Yes, appreciate that, sir. Unfortunately, the devil lives in all of us, even in our churches. But the devil doesn't live in all of us. I mean, that's a huge step to take. I mean, but the devil is definitely influencing the world, and the devil and his demons. Let's see here. We're living in a dark age. Yeah, we are. Man, it's only gonna get worse. I missed that stream from a few weeks ago. Which stream? The Bible says that God will separate his sheep from the goats. I am no longer a Zionist. The internet woke me up to the truth. This is why I got for, I got for free a 1966 Catholic Bible for my local church because I didn't want one that was pro-Israel. Mark Levine came knocking. No. I heard the dog barking. I was seeing if anything was happening. Theo's on a roll. Yep. I was a huge Zionist in my 20s. I started waking up in 2013. That's when the noticing began. You're talking about my life, Theo. Appreciate that. I'm glad to familiarize with you, sir. I was raised to be pro-Israel, and now I am not a fan of Israel no more. I used to be a John Hagee watcher. Oh, damn. I used to be, too. Now I'm an Orthodox Christian. Awesome. I grew up in Southern pro-Israel ideology. It's a messy, messy place. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm trying to read all your guys' comments. Hold on. But when you are raised that way, it's really hard to accept you've been lied to. Yeah, it's very difficult, but eventually, if you care about truth, eventually it sinks in. Theo channels as inner Baptist. It's not really an inner Baptist. I don't see it as a Baptist thing. I just see it as me. I don't know. I just get riled up. I got message from Google News about Erdogan comments about Turkey wants to deploy troops in Gaza. Is it true? Yes, it is true. It is true. Yes, I read about this too. Let's see here. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Salam alaikum. Did Erdogan just imply that Turkey... Yes. Yes, he wants to. We'll talk about that, actually, after I'm done with the comments. And after I express another thought that I have in my mind. Links do not go through, not interested, 00X. When you try to put links here, they just don't work. YouTube doesn't allow it for whatever reason. Theo's on fire. Appreciate that, sure. So here's another thing that I want to tell you guys. Everyone's talking about Jerusalem and how we have to focus on physical Jerusalem. Again, these people, they're like puzzles that are missing pieces. They don't see the totality of evil. Everyone's talking about all this stuff, and because they are oblivious to the reality of Israel, they will sit there and they'll say, oh, well, you know, we have this jihadist problem, or we have, look, jihadis have taken over Syria. What's going on? But if you're oblivious to what St. John warns about in the book of Revelation, if you're oblivious to the synagogue, you're not going to see the fact that Israel contributed to the jihadist takeover of Syria. You see what I mean when I say a puzzle missing a piece? That represents these people. That is an analogy that represents these people. And they want to talk about Jerusalem and how we have to focus on Jerusalem and the physical Jerusalem and Jerusalem this and Jerusalem that and Jerusalem this and all this stuff. Do you know, I was talking to Sam Shamoun a couple of days ago, or some days ago. I was talking to Mr. Shamoun on the phone. And he told me an observation that he has that I never once thought about and that no one has ever told me before. I was quite astounded. I want to show you guys something. Sam Shamoun pointed to me Luke chapter 7. Luke chapter 7. Let's go to Luke chapter 7. Hold on a second. I'm going to get the exact... Is it 7 or 9? Hold on. I could have gotten it wrong. Hold on a second. I think it could be Luke 9. Hold on a second. I'm going to get it right now. Sorry, it's Luke 9. If you go to Luke chapter 9. So Sam Shamoun told me, he said, if you go to Luke chapter 9, it talks about Jesus having a conversation with Moses and Elijah. And it says that Jesus and Moses and Elijah spoke about Jesus's departure from Jerusalem. And what Shamoun pointed out to me was that the Greek word that is used for departure is actually Exodus. But the great majority of Bible translations don't put Exodus. They don't say, and they discussed Jesus's exodus from Jerusalem. They render the verse as Jesus's departure. But if you actually look at the lexicon, if you actually look at the Greek manuscript, it uses the word Exodus. Now, it's very interesting. It says, and they discussed, Jesus spoke with Elijah and Moses, and they discussed Jesus's exodus from Jerusalem. Who in the Bible experienced an exodus? There's a whole book in the Bible called Exodus, describing what? The Hebrews' exodus from Egypt. So Jesus made an exodus from Jerusalem. So the Israelites, the children of Israel, they were enslaved in Egypt for 400 years. Then they had an exodus from Egypt. Jesus was in Jerusalem and he had an exodus from Jerusalem. And what does St. John call Jerusalem in the book of Revelation? Egypt. Jerusalem is called Egypt. And from where did Israel have an exodus? Egypt. And from where did Jesus have an exodus? Jerusalem. And what does St. John call Jerusalem? Egypt. So as the children of Israel endured an exodus out of Egypt, Jesus also went through an exodus out of Jerusalem. So why are we talking about Jerusalem? Now, there is another example of the word exodus being used in the Bible. It's from 2 Peter, wherein Peter is talking about his death, and he uses the word exodus. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. So 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 15, Peter says, this is pretty amazing. Peter says, and I will make every effort so that after my departure, you may be able at any time to recall these things. What does he mean by departure? Look at the Greek word that Peter uses, exodus. Peter says, and I will make every effort so that after my exodus, you may be able at any time to recall these things. Exodus from what? Well, let's read a little bit from the beginning. Therefore, I intend always to remind you of these qualities, though you know them and are established in the truth that you have. I think it right, so long as I am check this out, verse 13. I think it right, as long as I am in this body, this physical body, to stir you up by way of reminder, since I know that the putting off of my body will be soon. So he's talking about his death. He knows he's going to die. He got martyred. He got crucified upside down. Peter knows he's going to die. And Peter is saying that I know that the putting off of my body, meaning my death, will be soon, as our Lord Jesus Christ made clear to me. And I will make every effort so that after my departure, my exodus, you may be able at any time to recall these things. So what does he mean by exodus? Exodus from what? Exodus from this earth. So Peter is saying that my exodus from this earth is very near. By exodus from this earth, he is foretelling his death. He is saying, I'm going to die soon. That means he is going to go through an exodus from this earth, which means he's not going to come back to this earth. It is a total departure from this earth. No turning back. When the Hebrews left Egypt, when they had the exodus from Egypt, there was no turning back to Egypt. There wasn't supposed to be turning back to Egypt. Then they built the golden calf. And what does St. Stephen say in the book of Acts? He says that when they built the golden calf, their hearts returned to Egypt. Their hearts returned to Egypt when they weren't supposed to be returning to Egypt. The worship of golden calves was part of Egyptian religion. The pharaoh was symbolized by a golden calf. Look into Egyptian religion to see this for yourselves. They wanted to return back to Egyptian religion. So their hearts were returning back to Egypt. The ones who worshiped the golden calf did not have a complete exodus out of Egypt. So Jesus had an exodus from Egypt, meaning Jerusalem, which means it was total. He wasn't going to return. That was it. His heart had left Jerusalem. So Peter says, I'm going to have an exodus from this earth, meaning my death is coming. That's final. That's it. He's not going to come back. So when it says exodus, it's a very serious departure. It's a permanent departure. No returning back to physical Jerusalem. And that's why St. Paul talks about a spiritual Jerusalem, the Jerusalem up and high. If you read his letter to the Hebrews, he makes this very clear. And what does Jesus tell St. Paul in the book of Acts? When Paul is in the temple praying, Jesus appears to him and says, what? Paul, leave this place. What, Jesus? Yeah, leave this place. Because these people in this temple, they're not going to believe you. Leave this place. And Paul left. He left. So when these evangelicals, who are walking like puzzles missing a piece, oblivious to the totality of evil, oblivious to the synagogue that St. John warns us about, when they come out and say, we need to have a red heifer and a third temple to bring back the Messiah, to bring back Jesus, their hearts are in Jerusalem. Just as the Hebrews' hearts were in Jerusalem when they erected a golden calf, the Christian Zionist hearts are in Jerusalem when they say we need a red heifer. Instead of a golden calf, it's a red heifer. We need a third temple. That's a return to Egypt, spiritual Egypt. St. John says Jerusalem is Egypt. The children of Israel had an exodus from Egypt. Jesus had an exodus from Jerusalem. And so these Christian Zionists, they want us to return back to Jerusalem when Jesus said, no, exodus from Jerusalem. That's it. Christian Zionism is like being a puzzle missing a piece. You will never see the full truth. Never. And I want to show you guys a video. I want to see if I can find it. Hold on. Michael Brown recently did a debate on Israel. Really good debate, especially in the last part. I gotta show you this part. I gotta find it. 3-hour debate between Michael Brown, who I debated back in 2016, by the way, between Michael Brown, who is a Judaizer, and Gabriel Finocchio, who is a convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. And Michael Brown is he's a trickster. The dude's a I know Michael Brown. I debated him in 2016. I know the dude to a certain extent. He's a trickster. Let me see if I can find this part of the debate. I gotta find you this part. Hold up.
I do. So that in Pauline theology, if I believe that
Hold on.
the Messianic era, Paul's promises to Israel, and now
I gotta find the exact part.
that he is the third temple.
I gotta find the exact part. Hold on a second. I'm going to find the exact part where Michael Brown says that Judaism is not an antichrist religion. I have to show you. I have to show you this part. Michael Brown has totally exposed himself. Hold on. You find the exact part. Hold on a second. I gotta find the exact part. I wish there was time marks on this, time stamps. Hold on. Okay, here it is. I found it. You guys gotta watch this. This is so funny. Michael Brown totally exposes himself. I gotta... Look at this. I debated this dude in 2016. I can tell you right now, he's a snake. The dude's a snake. You can watch my debate. Still up there. Watch the unedited version, just letting you guys know, because he talks over me a lot, and it sounds like my voice is muted when it really isn't. It sounds like I'm not talking when I really am. So there's a lot of things that I told him that weren't said in his version of the debate. So watch the unedited version. You'll see that I said a lot of things that refuted his position. But you guys gotta watch. This is so crazy, guys. This Michael Brown guy for years has been pushing Christian Zionism. And he just totally exposes himself in this debate. Just watch this. Hold on. I'm gonna play it. This guy, this dude, totally crushed Michael Brown. expose him. You got a lot of sycophants in the comment section that are saying, "Oh no, Michael Brown won." That bullshit, dude. I watched this whole debate. Michael Brown lost this debate. Totally exposes himself. I mean, let me just play it for you guys. Hold up. Here we go.
From you and given to a people of bears fruit. Who was it? The Jewish apostles.
The religion was formed by the Jewish Pharisees and the leaders. The leaders of the people, the rabbis of the people,
and we've been under
the Jewish
judgment.
Religion.
We've been under judgment for 2,000 years.
So I'm going to rewind it a little bit because I want to get more about the Third Temple stuff. Hold on.
Messiah. And Jesus said it will continue, Luke 21:24, until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled, at which point there'll be a Jewish restoration. Horrific judgment that remains to this day, judgment that we are under, which is why I wholeheartedly repudiate dual covenant theology. But what you missed in Matthew 21:43 when you quoted that, and you read the verses, that the chief priests and Pharisees realized Jesus was talking about them. They were afraid of the crowd, the Jewish crowd, who held that Jesus was a prophet. And he said the leadership,
who formed
the
the religion? Who formed the religion?
Who formed the religion? Who formed the religion that called for Christ's death?
Of God is being taken from you and given to a people of bears fruit. Who was it? The Jewish apostles.
The religion was formed by the Jewish Pharisees and the leaders. The leaders of the people, the rabbis of the people,
and we've been under
the
judgment.
Jewish religion.
We've been under judgment for 2,000 years and scattered and punished and disciplined under divine judgment.
Yes,
it's grievous, it's agonizing.
And that's why the Jewish religion has become antichrist and apostate. It is
now. This is where Michael Brown's buttons get pressed. This dude is saying exactly what needs to be said in these debates. Antichrist.
No longer a part of God's covenant.
You said blasphemous. In any case,
it is. It's a blasphemous.
Read the Jewish prayer book.
It's total blasphemy to
if it's
deny Jesus Christ.
Oh man, I didn't get the. Oh god, I got the wrong part. I'm sorry. Damn it. I thought I got the right part. Hold on, guys. Let me look for it. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought I had the correct part. One second. Hold on, I gotta get the right part. I'm sorry about that, guys. Okay, I think I got it. I had to go back a little bit. All right, I'm going to start here. Hold on. They're talking about the Eucharist in Christian doctrine. And I'm going to play this part. I'm going to play it from here. This is where it kind of starts. Here we go.
No, because the damnable heresy is actually when, first off, you're denying a top tier doctrine of the faith, which is like the Nicene Creed. Okay, if you deny elements in the Nicene Creed that constitute the basis of Christian Orthodox teaching, you're not a Christian, and by not being a Christian, you're denying the faith. So there has to be a distinguishing between top tier doctrines of the faith and secondary, tertiary, quaternary issues. You know, it's like, it seems to me, Dr. Brown, that everything is a top tier issue with you, that everything seems to be, if I disagree with you, I'm a liar. If I disagree with you, I'm this way.
If you misrepresent my position repeatedly, that is lying. Okay.
And Michael Brown nonstop kept bringing this up, that because this guy on the right, the blue shirt guy, Mr. Finocchio, he was saying that Michael Brown's position is basically akin to dual covenant theology, which says that the Jews are saved as long as they just follow the Mosaic covenant. I'm guessing that's what I think that's what dual covenant theology teaches. And Michael Brown kept bringing this up throughout the debate. You lied about me. You misrepresent my position. And the reason why Mr. Finocchio said that Mr. Brown's position is like dual covenant theology is because Mr. Brown sort of makes two houses. You have the Christian house, but then you have the Jewish house. And so, the Jewish house, we have to honor the Jewish house, even though the Jewish house rejects Christ. And so that's what Mr. Finocchio was referring to.
different. I never called you a heretic.
I'm not
I never called
misrepresenting
you a
your position.
heretic.
I'm not misrepresenting your position, but obviously, you may not have.
If you say I hold to dual covenant theology,
I understand you may not have had pushback like this before. I get it. Not everybody's had the privilege of debating me.
All right, gentlemen. Gabe, I think the baptismal regeneration is in the Nicene Creed from my memory. That's why the Southern Baptists didn't affirm it. So you may want to circle back.
Not.
We just did a video.
It's not. We believe in one baptism. That's what the creed says, but it does not It does not say we believe in baptismal regeneration. So
okay, let me just. I'll ask last question, and then if you guys want to, I don't know how productive this is. Gabe, how do you deal with the passage that we went over in Romans 11 in terms of all Israel will be saved? Like, what is your interpretation of that? Is that not talking about ethnic Israel? What does Paul mean? Because you kept saying it was a mystery and he was giving hints. We kind of looked over it. We can look over it again. How do you? I mean, that's a pretty strong passage for Dr. Brown's position.
Hold on. What you're asking me about a question that we've already answered that we apparently agree on?
So you do believe all Israel will be saved?
Well,
see, they like to play this game where you agree. The Bible says, where Paul says that, which is part of the Bible, says that all of Israel will be saved. Yes, all of Israel will be saved, but what does it mean by all of Israel? All of those who follow Christ, including the remnant of Jews who in the future are going to follow the Messiah.
Well, all Israel hasn't been saved, has it? Do you believe that every Jew who rejects Jesus Christ and is a part of an apostate antichrist religion called Judaism, do you believe that they're all going to heaven? Do you believe that they're all saved?
No, that's not the argument.
So then not all Israel is saved then, right?
Okay, so in what sense do you believe all Israel will be saved in the future? That's my question. Regarding specifically Romans 11.
So Dr. Brown disagrees with Galatians chapter 6 when Paul says that calls the church the Israel of God. He doesn't believe that Paul is talking about the church as the Israel of God. I do. So that in Pauline theology, if I believe that Paul has already in one of his first epistles called the church the Israel of God, then yes, I can believe that all Israel will be saved as it pertains to all of those who are part of spiritual Israel, all of those who have been predestined in eternity to be and chosen from eternity, as Ephesians chapter 1 verse 4 says, chosen from the foundations of the world to be saved. They will be saved, and those people are all God's people. I'm not sure what's confusing about that, but
it's the opposite of what Paul says, because he continues to say he's speaking about the Jews who right now are not believing, but in the future will. It is about the Israel that is hardened now. There will be a national turning in the future. And by the way, to refer to Judaism as an antichrist blasphemous religion indicates you know nothing about Judaism.
So, Mr. this is where Brown exposes himself. Mr. Finocchio called Judaism antichrist. Michael Brown took offense to that and says, well, to call it's just like, this would be like debating an ex-Muslim and me saying Islam is antichrist because it denies that Jesus is God. And the ex-Muslim guy is saying, for you to call Islam antichrist means that you know nothing about Islam. Wait a second. Are you an ex-Muslim or are you not? Michael Brown was born as a Jew, converted to Christianity, and he knows very well that Judaism rejects Christ. He knows very well that Judaism rejects Christ. He knows it's antichrist. And this guy, Mr. Finocchio, he points out something that is very true. He says Judaism is an antichrist religion. And Mr. Brown says, for you to say that shows that you know nothing about Judaism. Well, I know enough about Judaism to know that it rejects that Jesus is the Christ. And that makes it very, very much so antichrist. So for Michael Brown to take offense to that exposes him. He has exposed himself as an acolyte of Jerusalem. All right, let's watch some more.
It is.
Just go through the Jewish prayer book one day.
Read the Jewish prayer book. Why? Why do I have to read the Jewish prayer book to know that it's antichrist? That's like someone telling me, read the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon says wonderful things about God, but Mormonism is still antichrist. No matter how you look at it, Mormonism is still Antichrist. So I don't need to read the Book of Mormon to know that it's Antichrist. It's just the guy this is a self-report, as the saying goes. He is exposing himself.
Go through the Jewish prayer book and sit down with a sincere Jew. Yes, this person is still lost outside of Jesus, but that is a gross mischaracterization, either based
according
on
to Scripture,
ignorance or based on hostility.
According to Scripture, 1 John chapter 2, verse 22, it says, "Who is the liar but he who denies that Jesus..."
Quoting the verse that this Michael Brown knows, quoting the verse that Michael Brown knows. Michael Brown knows this verse, and I guess Michael Brown never thought that this guy was actually going to quote St. John when St. John says, "Those who deny that Jesus is the Christ are Antichrist." But man, oh man, this Finocchio guy really nailed them. So Michael Brown not only exposes himself as an acolyte of Jerusalem, but he gets confronted with a verse that totally damns his position. All right, let's read some more.
Is the Christ. This is the Antichrist, he who denies the Father and the Son. So the spirit of Antichrist is in any religion that denies the Trinity and any religion that denies the hypostatic union of Jesus Christ. That doesn't, I mean, trust me, I'm not just stopping at Judaism with that. I would say Islam is also Antichrist. I would say any religion, as the Scripture teaches, that denies that Jesus is the Christ and denies the Father and the Son, denies the Trinity and the hypostatic union. Those are essential doctrines. Those are Antichrist religions.
And Paul's take on that.
Do you disagree with that?
Don't let him get away with it.
Do you disagree with that?
Don't let him get away with it. He's going to try to throw some red herring at you. Well, Paul says, that some of the Jews had zeal for God. Don't give me this red herring. Do you agree, yes or no? And he did not let Michael Brown get away with his bullshit. I'm so happy that he didn't.
They are religions outside of Jesus for sure, but Judaism.
No. The Scripture says they're Antichrist.
Don't let him get away. Do not let him get away with this.
Let me speak.
This guy is a slippery fish. Do not let him get away with this.
Please.
The Scripture says they're Antichrist.
Paul says they have a zeal for God.
Don't let him get away with it.
But not according to knowledge. That's what I say. I say what Paul says.
You're not answering the question.
They have a zeal for God. Judaism is not, as a whole, an Antichrist blasphemous religion.
I always knew this guy was a snake.
Judaism, for the most part, is seeking to follow Torah and honor God, zealous but
so is Islam. So is Mormonism. So are the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Right.
Why is it that Islam can be called Antichrist, Mormonism can be called Antichrist, the Watchtower Society can be called Antichrist, but only Judaism gets an exemption? I wonder why. Makes you wonder.
For the most part, it is not thinking about Jesus or interacting with Jesus.
Do not let this snake get away with it.
Does Judaism accept Jesus as the Christ?
Does Judaism accept Jesus as the Christ? Yes or no?
No, it does not. It is.
That's it. He's done. That's it. He lost the debate. Michael Brown got crushed in this debate. Finocchio vanquished Michael Brown in this debate. That is it. Now, I always knew that Brown was a snake. I've known he was a snake since 2016. I debated him in 2016. You can watch it on YouTube. For almost 10 years, I've known this guy was no damn good. But in this debate, he clearly exposes himself as an acolyte of Antichrist. To say that Judaism is not Antichrist is to deny what St. John says about what is the criteria for Antichrist. And to deny that makes you Antichrist, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown is an acolyte of Antichrist. And he wants you to think that he's not. He's trying to hide it. He's covering up for the Third Temple cult. He's covering up for the synagogue of Satan. You see?
Not thinking
then
about
it's Antichrist. It's Antichrist.
That's it. It's done. No, it's not. Islam is Antichrist. Yes. Mormonism. Yes. Jehovah's Witnesses. Judaism. No. The synagogue is great. Go to the synagogue, guys. You see the deception? Deception.
Accept
To
Jesus as the Christ.
characterize Judaism as
Okay.
antichrist blasphemous indicates you have not even read the text.
The truth,
You lost, Michael Brown. Michael Brown, you lost.
Read the
the
prayer
truth
book.
is that if I was talking about Islam, you wouldn't have a problem, would you?
Absolutely. And I was so glad that this guy was astute to say this. Very astute debater, this Finocchio is. This is the first time I've seen this guy. I've never seen him before until I saw this debate. Very, very astute observation. Very astute observation. And I'm glad he said that. If Finocchio would have said, yeah, I think Islam is Antichrist, Michael Brown would never say, oh, you don't know about Islam. Oh, but Muslims are very zealous for God. They believe in one God. They pray 5 times a day. Very zealous, very zealous. He wouldn't say that.
I would, if you were talking about Islam in terms of its
That's
statements,
the double standard. That's the double.
Absolutely. Double standard. Absolutely.
No, it's not. It's not a double standard.
Gabe, let him finish his sentence. Go ahead.
It's not a double standard. The prayer book of Israel, of Judaism, is filled with scripture, filled with promises, praying to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, asking for him to reveal himself and fulfill his covenant promises. It is in ignorance. And to the extent it is consciously rejecting Jesus, yes.
I could say the same thing about some guy who joins a messianic cult and he becomes a Unitarian. He starts following all the kosher laws. He thinks he's doing God's will, but the reality is that he's following Antichrist. I can make the same application.
Yes, it is Antichrist. But if you read Jewish
hold on. You see how he admitted that that Finocchio was right? Let's hear that again.
To reveal himself and fulfill his covenant promises, it is in ignorance. And to the extent it is consciously rejecting Jesus, yes, it is Antichrist.
Just admitted that's a self-contradiction. He says, don't call Judaism Antichrist. Well, it is Antichrist, which means Michael Brown knows the truth, but he's trying to obfuscate so that he can let his heresy slide in. You see what he does? He quickly acknowledges that the guy is right, and then he continues to talk. That is a deceptive tactic. That is manipulation. I'll acknowledge what he says and then kind of shut it down, and then let me just go on. That's what people do, by the way. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, let me just go on and just continue to spew my heresy here. First, he denied that Judaism is Antichrist. Then he acknowledges it. I wonder why. Because Michael Brown is a deceiver. He is a deceiver who knows that he's a deceiver. That's why I call him a snake. And I don't give a shit if Michael Brown sees this video. If he wants to debate me again, I'm right here, Michael. I debated you before. I'm not afraid to debate you again.
But if you read Jewish text, if you read the prayer book, if you read the main text, Jesus is not being mentioned. They're not blaspheming him, and they are crying out to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to fulfill his promise.
Doesn't matter.
And bring redemption and save the world and bring in the Messianic era. Paul says,
doesn't matter. Still Antichrist.
They have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. And he even says in Acts,
about the real Jesus Christ?
What do Jews believe about Jesus Christ?
What do Jews believe about the real Jesus Christ?
They don't think about it. It's not an issue for the most part. And many Jews
No, they
have
do.
different
They
beliefs.
do. There's a clip. There's plenty of clips online. There's one famous one with Ben Shapiro where he's talking to Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asks him and says, "Yeah, don't you guys think that Jesus is a prophet?"
Yep. I know this interview that he's talking about.
And he's actually mistaking Judaism with Islam. And Ben Shapiro replies and says, "No, we don't believe he was a prophet. We believe he was someone who
Also,
tried to lead an insurrection against the Romans and got what he
speaks
deserved."
for all Jews in all history, all throughout.
Ben Shapiro represents rabbinic Judaism very well. He is a member of the Chabad, which I want to say is the biggest, if not one of the biggest sects of Judaism. And he definitely represents what his religion teaches. Yes. Are you going to say that Ben Shapiro is not knowledgeable? What kind of crazy level of gaslighting is this?
The world. All clear.
Do you think Ben
And
Shapiro
Jews,
is an
all
unintelligent person?
Good question.
Do you think he would answer that question?
Jew.
Do you
He's
think
a Jew.
Right.
No,
do you
Jews
think he's
don't believe
an
Jesus.
uninformed Jew?
There are many different.
Do you think Ben Shapiro wouldn't know how to represent his own religion? Do you think he's just
see that? Oh gosh, like I'm gonna I'm going to act as if your arguments don't faze me, but really, I'm very frustrated by what I'm hearing because I really can't face the reality that you are confronting me with. That's what that means in body language. Yeah.
He's just oblivious to what his religion actually teaches.
There are
about Jesus
many
Christ.
different views about Jesus in Judaism. I've studied this my whole life. You haven't.
Keep believing that. Keep believing that. I don't believe.
Okay.
I believe that. I believe what Jews like Ben Shapiro, Ben Shapiro being a highly intelligent Jewish man, I believe that he's representing his religion accurately, and I'm going to take him at his word.
I'm
not going to call him a liar. I'm not going to call him a
Jews-
liar. Are you going to call him a liar too?
No, he's explaining what some Jews believe. If you ask him, is this what all Jews believe in history? Of course he'll say no. Please. Gabe, this is so childish.
It's not childish.
And
Just
you're
beyond
saying that Ben
disappointing.
Shapiro doesn't know his own religion.
He does.
He does know his own religion. Oh, okay. So then I can take his opinion as a representation of what people in the Chabad believe in. Okay. End of story. I'm going to stop watching, but man, Michael Brown got crushed in this debate. He got totally exposed in this debate. As an Antichrist, as an acolyte of Antichrist. Hello from Amsterdam. Hello, sir. Guten Tag. 1 second here. I want to see something in my chat. Let's see here. Anyway, let me see here. Yeah, I know, music is loud. I want to show you guys some stuff here. Now remember, guys, I wanted to talk to you guys about the straining of American-Israeli relations. And look at what it says here. Donald Trump. Remember what I told you guys not too long ago? Do you guys remember when Donald Trump said that Israel doesn't know what the F it's doing? After Israel wanted to bomb Iran again and break the ceasefire that was brokered by the Trump administration. And Israel said, oh, it looks like Iran's not honoring the ceasefire. We're going to bomb them again. And Trump got pissed. And he said, Israel doesn't know what the F it's doing. Remember that? And I said, when that happened, I did a video about it. I did a couple of videos on it. And I said, guys, this is a leak in the wall of the American-Israeli relationship. And remember, I told you, I said, you're going to see more leaks. And I've said this several times since then. I said, you're going to see more leaks. Well, looks like we got another leak. Another leak. Another hole in the American-Israeli alliance. So Donald Trump recently did an interview with Time Magazine. And he said I had to put a stop to this war. Because if I don't, Netanyahu is not going to stop. He's going to continue the slaughter of Gaza. And so look at what he told Time Magazine. Here's the full interview. I read pretty much all of it. And it says here, look at what Donald Trump says here. He told, so he recounted, I said to Bibi, you cannot fight the world. Bibi, and by the way, the name Bibi, there's a great joke that goes with the name Bibi. What do you call America taking care of Israel? Bibi-sitting. I thought that was pretty funny. Bibi-sitting. So America, it looks like America is tired of the Bibi-sitting. America's tired of it. And so Donald Trump recounts here, as I said to Bibi, you cannot fight the world, Bibi. You can fight individual battles, but the world's against you. And Israel is a very small place compared to the world. This reminds me of something I told you guys about recently. Remember what I had said about the straining of American-Israeli relations and how it's going to escalate for the worse and how it's breaking down? What did I tell you guys? I said America wants to maintain a good public image because America wants the support of the populations in the countries that have alliances with the United States. America doesn't want to lose the support of the Japanese people. America doesn't want to lose the support of the Saudi people or the Qatari people or the UAE people. America does not want to lose the support of Europeans. And the thing is that America's image is reflected in how it deals with Israel. The way that America deals with Israel is a reflection of the United States. And so people see how America enables Israel to do a genocide and to butcher people. And people are saying, America, you can put a stop to this. We don't like you, America. You don't look good, America, doing this. So America doesn't want to lose the Japanese. 80% of the Japanese people, at least 80% of the Japanese people are anti-Israel. The majority of South Koreans are anti-Israel. The majority of Europeans are anti-Israel. America doesn't want to lose these people. So the Americans, this was my speculation, and it's still my speculation. But the Americans got together and they said, do we really want to lose the world because of Israel? Are we really going to lose the popular support of the populations of the countries that have alliances with us because of Israel? It's not worth it. So Israel, you need to stop doing what you're doing. Israel bombs Qatar. Israel is an American ally, but so is Qatar. And so an American ally gets bombed by another American ally and America doesn't do a damn thing about it. That's not good. That doesn't look good for America's image either. So America had to do something. And so according to Donald Trump, he told Netanyahu, you cannot fight the world. In other words, we don't want to lose the world because of you, Israel. That's what Donald Trump is saying. And he goes on to say, I stopped him, meaning I stopped Netanyahu, because he would have just kept going. Yes, Netanyahu made this very clear to the Biden administration. He told the Biden administration that he wanted the war to continue in Gaza for decades. He wanted to make the war in Gaza into a forever war. And so that's why Donald Trump is saying, if I did not stop him, Netanyahu would have continued the war. He would have kept going. And he goes on to say it would have gone on for years. It would have gone on for years, and I stopped him, and everybody came together when I stopped. It was amazing. And when he made that one tactical mistake, the bombing of Qatar, and that was terrible. But actually, and I actually told the Emir, this was one of the things that brought us all together. Because it was so out of joint that it sort of got everybody to do what they have to do. And that is to stop Israel. That's what Donald Trump is saying. They had to stop this beast called Israel because there was no leash on it. They had to put a leash on this animal, on this dog. And he goes on to say, I want to read to you a little bit more here. He goes on to say, it's very interesting. Oh, sorry. This is what the interviewer from Time Magazine asks or tells Donald Trump. It's very interesting that you bring up how you stopped Netanyahu because he's been famously obstreperous, which means, I had to look up this word. It means basically uncontrollable. Obstreperous with previous presidents. How did you get him to listen to you? Because as you know, he often hasn't listened to other presidents, which is a good question. Donald Trump says he had to stop because the world was going to stop him. Hello, what did I say? America was losing public opinion, public popularity, because of its support for Israel. And so Donald Trump tells Israel, the world is going to stop you, Israel. We see Turkey rising, Iran. The world is going to stop you. You have to stop. And then Donald Trump says, you know, I could see what was happening. You could see what was happening. And Israel was becoming very unpopular. And that's what I meant when I said the world. America goes to Israel and says, Israel, you're losing the world. Now, why would America care about that? Because if Israel is losing the world and America is supporting Israel, that means America is losing the world. And America doesn't want this to happen. Isn't that what I said in one of my last videos? America does not want to lose the world over Israel, over a bunch of evangelical Zionist flag wavers. So America had to stop Israel. That's the bottom line. And look at what Donald Trump said in regards to Israel's aspiration to annex the West Bank. This is what Donald Trump said. It won't happen. It won't happen. It won't happen because I gave my word to the Arab countries. And you can't do that now. We've had great Arab support. It won't happen because I gave my word to the Arab countries. It will not happen. Israel would lose all of its support from the United States if that happens. So Donald Trump is threatening to cut ties with Israel if Israel decides to annex the West Bank. Why would America cut ties with Israel? Because if Israel annexes the West Bank after the United States explicitly told Israel not to do so, it would show that America is weak and that America cannot control Israel. And America doesn't want that type of image. America wants the image of an empire. America wants the image that that it has control, that it controls its allies. It doesn't want the image that it doesn't have control. All empires want to project an aura of control. And if it doesn't have that aura, then it loses power. So America doesn't want this. So America said, Israel, you have to stop. You crossed too many damn red lines. You have to stop. But you know what? It's not going to stop. Israel is going to resume. If not next week, eventually it's going to resume. And then we're going to see more leaks. More leaks in the American-Israeli relationship will form. More holes. More water from those holes will seep out until the whole damn thing comes crashing down. And eventually, the lovers of the harlot will abandon her. Now, it's very interesting. The Atlantic did an article a little bit about this issue. And I want to read to you guys some excerpts from the article. Very interesting. Check this out, guys. I'm going to show you guys some excerpts here from this article. So check this out. It's by Yair Rosenberg. And the title of the article is Why J.D. Vance Just Called an Israeli Parliament Vote Stupid and an Insult. So the Knesset recently passed a bill saying we're going to annex the West Bank. Now, from what I have read, the majority of the Knesset wasn't even present, so this bill doesn't really have any weight to it. But the fact is that by Israel, or by the Israeli Knesset, making this statement, after J.D. Vance and Donald Trump told Israel to explicitly not annex the West Bank, is a provocation. This is a provocation on the part of Israel. Israel is basically telling the Americans, you're not going to tell us what to do. You see what I'm saying here? This is not a grounded relationship. This is not a relationship that's built on respect. This is a relationship that is built on disrespect, and it's built on aspirations of power. Israel wants power, but America wants to maintain its power. So how is Israel going to have true power and not have the permission or the authority or the freedom, I should say, to establish Greater Israel, which would mean taking over the West Bank, fully taking over the West Bank and Gaza? So there's a conflict of interest here. America wants to maintain its good relationship with the Gulf Arab states. It wants to maintain its relationship with Turkey. That means prohibiting Israel from annexing the West Bank. But Israel doesn't care about any of this stuff. Israel wants to establish Greater Israel. So eventually there's going to be a there already have been diplomatic clashes between America and Israel, but eventually there's going to be that ultimate diplomatic clash. And the whole wall of the American-Israeli relationship is going to crash down. Like I said in the past, you have this massive anti-Israel wave, and it doesn't matter how long you have been oblivious to this wave, eventually it's going to hit you. Just like it hit Glenn Beck, just like it hit Steve Crowder, just like it hit Ted Cruz, just like it hit all these people. So let's read some more of this stuff here. I'm going to read through some parts of this article. So it says here, hard-right lawmakers from Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition had advanced a measure calling for Israeli annexation of the occupied West Bank, which Palestinians claimed for their future state. The measure was a farce. It did not of the American-Israeli relationship. The policy of the Trump administration The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. But Israel doesn't want this. No, no, no. The hardliners don't want this, and the hardliners are rising up. Did the stream lag at all? Hold on. Did it lag? Hold on a second. Did it lag at all? It lagged? Okay, hold on. There's a conflict of interest. It's going to be that ultimate diplomatic clash. This wave, eventually it's going to... No, the hardliners don't want this. Like I said, my stream is working pretty smoothly at my end, so I'm not seeing any lag. Maybe it might be your internet. All systems are good. All right, we'll resume then. So it says here that Donald Trump said Israel would lose all of its support from the United States if that happened. So we're seeing more holes. This dust-up will not harm the U.S.-Israel relationship in the near term, but it portends more consequential conflict to come. Hello? Isn't that what I said? After Donald Trump dropped the big F-bomb? And what did I say about Donald Trump's F-bomb when he said Israel doesn't know what the F it's doing? I said that F-bomb that Donald Trump dropped was louder than any bomb that America dropped on the Fordo nuclear plant in Iran. Remember that? I said that, and I was absolutely right. I said it's going to reverberate. It's going to make a ripple effect. And you're going to see more of these bombs being dropped. I was right. I was absolutely right. And we're seeing more of them. And there are more to come. You see, I am not just making predictions. I am documenting history as it's happening. That's how I see this work. So it says here, if Saudi Arabia tells us, so this is what Bezalel Smotrich, the fanatic in the Knesset, said. If Saudi Arabia tells us normalization in exchange for a Palestinian state, friends, no thank you. Bezalel Smotrich, Netanyahu's far-right finance minister, said at a conference yesterday. Keep riding camels in the desert in Saudi Arabia. So this guy is blatantly a racist, but he is making it very clear that we're not going to stop, and they're not going to stop. they're going to continue on. This is not going to end. Donald Trump has put a temporary pause in some things, but this ain't going to stop. It's going to keep going. And Donald Trump or whoever's the president is going to say, oh, well, you know, we have to support Israel, blah, blah, blah. But still, the wall will still be there for a while, but the cracks will continue to form until there is no more wall. Smotrich and his anti-Arab allies, such as his fellow lawmaker Limor Son Har Melech, who boycotted Trump's victory speech in the Knesset, likely see the president's agenda as an existential threat to their project. Interesting. As long as Israel's settler right holds power over Netanyahu, it will continue to threaten the Trump administration's agenda. That's correct. Trump is astronomically popular in Israel today following his Gaza deal, far more so than Netanyahu himself. Should the president publicly make the case for his plans to annex the West Bank, that is, he will be pushing on an open door and might even push Netanyahu and Israel's far right out of it. So by president, sorry, he meant President Trump, sorry. So he said, should Donald Trump publicly make the case for his plans, he will be pushing on an open door and might even push Netanyahu and Israel's far right out of it. So I don't know, man. I wouldn't be surprised if one day we see regime change in Israel. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me if that ever happened. But there's some more stuff that I want to read to you guys. Hold up. I love this song, by the way. I love it. Make it loud. Make it loud. Great music to drink to. Some more stuff. Let's see here. All right. Now remember, I told you guys that more holes will form on the wall, right? Well, here is another hole that formed recently. Check this out, guys. Times of Israel. U.S. official. If Netanyahu fucks up the deal, Donald Trump will fuck him. It is explicit, but I need to be accurate to the text, just to convey to you guys the explicitness of the statement. It says here that Donald Trump will fuck Netanyahu. I'm sorry. The holes are forming, guys. I'm just documenting history as it's happening. The holes are forming. It's happening. Check this out. Check this out, guys. This is crazy. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me get rid of this thing here. U.S. President Donald Trump will fuck Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if the Israeli leader... We really getting explicit out here, guys. If the Israeli leader jeopardizes the Gaza ceasefire deal, a U.S. official said, according to a Channel 12 report. The correspondent Barak Ravid, speaking in Hebrew on the network, says that a U.S. official told them Netanyahu is walking a fine line with President Trump. If he keeps going, he'll fuck up the Gaza deal. And if he fucks up the Gaza deal, Donald Trump will fuck him. Oh my goodness. And that's the article. That's it. It doesn't have to be a big article. The weight of what's being said in this article is enough. Doesn't have to be that detailed. More holes are forming, everybody. More holes are forming. Hold up a second. Let's see here. Let me just check if the stream is good. Is the stream good? Trump will fuck Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if the Israeli leader... We really getting explicit out here, guys. Okay, stream is good. Okay. All right. Some stuff here I want to show you. Very interesting stuff here that's being said. Let's see here. Hold up. All good. All right. Appreciate it, sir. So I want to show you guys some other stuff. So now check this out. It's very, very interesting what's happening in the Middle East. So the Trump administration has said that Turkey is going to be helping in the governing of Gaza. Very interesting. So what happened in Syria? We all know what happened in Syria last year, in late last year. Bashar al-Assad was overthrown. Turkey takes over. Donald Trump then congratulated Turkey for that, because that's exactly what the United States wants. The United States wants Turkey to control Syria. Why? Because Turkey is the second most armed country in NATO, and it's not Russia. That's why. It's to keep the Russians out of Syria. That's the whole purpose. So then Donald Trump brokers this ceasefire in Gaza, and now the Trump administration is talking about getting the Turks to help govern Gaza. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to happen. I don't even know. It could all be rescinded. It could all be canceled in the near future. But if it does happen, that's pretty serious. Because, and J.D. Vance said this. He said, he went to Israel. He said this in Israel. He said, yeah, the Turks are going to help with Gaza. So we all know, oh my God, Turkey is literally a country that's talked about explicitly going to war with Israel several times. The Turkish government has talked explicitly about going to war against Israel. And so here's America saying, yeah, Turkey, take over Syria, which is right next to Israel. Yeah, we want Turkey to be in Gaza, which is smack right next to Israel, in Israel's south. Is America setting up Israel for devastation and being doomed? Is America helping to guarantee the doom of Israel? That's the question I have. And I think that's a pretty legitimate question in light of everything that's happening. So it's just very interesting. So there were some articles that were published on this. And hold on. So someone says here, Rubio is already saying that Israel gets to pick who runs Gaza. That's not true, though. That's a lie. The Americans are lying to you. Because J.D. Vance came out and said, oh, well, you know, Israel's not a vassal state, blah, blah, blah. They have to say that to cater to poor Bibi because they have to Bibi sit. If Israel is the one that dictates, then why in the hell was it the United States that had to step in and stop Israel? Because Israel is a colony of the United States at the end of the day. I know that a lot of people want to think that Israel controls America. And all. That's not true. Israel is an American proxy in the Middle East. That's what Israel is. It's a satellite state. Israel's not going to dictate shit. That's America. Because truly, if Israel dictated everything, Turkey would not have been allowed to take over Syria the way it did. And that's the truth. That's the truth. So there were some articles that were written on this topic that are quite interesting. I'm going to read to you guys some excerpts from these articles on this issue. Very interesting stuff. Turkey boosts status with role in Gaza deal, ruffling Israeli and Arab feathers. It's not just the Israelis who are worried about the rise of Turkey. It's also the Gulf Arabs. Because if you look at the Ottoman Empire, Turkey wants to revive the Ottoman Empire, as is very obvious. I mean, there's a reason why Erdogan was LARPing as Alp Arslan some years ago. He has this vision, this aspiration of reviving the Ottoman Empire. And what did the Ottoman Empire control? Palestine, what is called Israel today, and Saudi Arabia. the Arab Peninsula was under the control of the Ottoman Empire, which means that the which means that the Arab Gulf states and Israel are all in the crosshairs of Turkey, which wants to create a neo-Ottoman empire. So the Arabs are very worried. That's why the Arabs were very worried about the fact that Omar al-Bashir was so close to Erdogan. For those of you who do not know, Omar al-Bashir was the dictator who ruled over Sudan. And Sudan is right across from the Arab Peninsula. It's on the Red Sea. So if Turkey is in Sudan, Saudis don't like that, because the Saudis and the Gulf Arabs, they're right across, they're on the other side of the Red Sea. And Turkey is getting very close to Somalia, which fills the Gulf Arabs with much trepidation. And the reason for this is because, well, Somalia is across from the Arab Peninsula. Turks want to be right there. And the Arabs don't like that. You see? So the Arabs are worried and the Israelis are worried. And that's why you see some Arab dude in the UAE singing the Israeli national anthem in the United Arab Emirates. I'm not joking when I say this. It's the truth. Look it up. The Arabs are so terrified that for the first time in a very long time, they are making alliances with Israel. Oh, it's against Iran. It's not just Iran. It's the Turks also. So it says here, after using its influence to pressure Hamas into accepting Trump's plan, Ankara seeks to reap benefits and boost its efforts to assert more dominant to assert a more dominant role in the Middle East. This guy, I can tell the author, English is not his first language. Turkey's ties to Hamas, once a liability in Washington, have turned into a political or a geopolitical asset by persuading the terror group to accept Donald Trump's Gaza deal. Ankara has reasserted itself on the Middle East chessboard, to the dismay of Israel and the Arab rivals. Now, what do I say? What have I said about Turkey many, many times? Turkey is a major chess piece for NATO, because Turkey controls the... Well, Turkey is a dominating nation in the Mediterranean. Turkey controls the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean, which means it is a solid chess piece to use against the Russians. It is also a solid chess piece to use as an ally for Ukraine against the Russians. So America wants to keep Turkey on its side, which is one of the reasons why America ended the war in Gaza. They don't want to lose the Turks. And so the Americans want to get closer to Turkey, because they know if they don't, they could lose Turkey to the Russians. So they're allowing Turkey to be a major figurehead in the happenings of Gaza. They're allowing Turkey to be a major figurehead in this whole negotiation over what happens with Gaza. And now they're talking about allowing Turkey to contribute to the governing of Gaza. Is that going to happen? I don't know. But if it does, it's going to be a major problem for Israel. So it says here, initially resistant to the U.S. president's ultimatum, free the hostages or face continued devastation, Hamas leaders relented only when Turkey, a country they view as a political patron, urged them to agree to the American plan. Two regional sources and two Hamas officials told Reuters that Ankara's message was unequivocal. The time had come to accept. So Turkey pushed Hamas to stop its fighting against Israel. And it says here, now after the deal, Turkey is seeking to reap dividends, including in bilateral issues with the U.S., the sources said. Ankara's success in delivering Hamas's acceptance of Trump's Gaza deal has given it new diplomatic leverage at home and abroad. So Turkey is rising up. Turkey, he said, is likely to use its renewed goodwill in Washington to push for progress on stalled F-35 jet sales. Now, Lockheed Martin wants to sell fighter jets to Turkey because that would mean hundreds of millions of dollars in cash for Lockheed Martin. But the pro-Israel lobby wants to prevent the United States from selling F-35s to Turkey. Israel does not want Turkey to buy F-35s because that would mean Turkey having fighter jets that would enable Turkey to have an air force on par with that of Israel, which means Israel would lose its edge when it comes to air fighting and air warfare. Israel wants to be the dominating military in the Middle East. What gives Israel its advantage over its neighbors is its air force. If Turkey gets F-35s, that would mean Turkey being close to Israel's air power because Israel has F-35s. But remember, and I've said this many times, Turkey is on its way to putting its own indigenously made fighter jet in operation. It's going to be called the Khan fighter jet. I believe it's going to be a 5th generation fighter jet. So whether Israel likes it or not, the Turkish Air Force is going to rise and be very powerful. So Turkey's going to be a problem for Israel no matter what Israel does. Israel could block the sale of F-35s. It doesn't matter. So it says here, by enlisting Erdogan, Trump handed Ankara the role it craved as a dominant regional Sunni power. So America is enabling the revival of Turkish power in the Middle East. America is creating a Frankenstein, which is what it does best. America helped to create Nazi Germany. America created Imperial Japan. If you don't believe me, look at the history. Who supported Russia's takeover? Who supported Japan's takeover of Korea? Who forced the Japanese to buy American military technology? It was the Americans. America created Imperial Japan. So America creates monsters, and America right now is creating a Turkish monster. And Israel is going to have to face this monster. So America, whether it knows it or not, and I think it does know it because no one can be this oblivious, America is setting up Israel for its end. And this is just my observation. I'm not saying this is a good thing, so don't flag me, YouTube. I'm just making observations on what I see happening. And that's what's happening. So it says here that the move unsettled Israel and rival Arab states, including Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, long wary of Erdogan's Islamist ambitions, 2 diplomats said. Obviously, the Gulf countries were not happy about Turkey taking a leading role on Gaza. While Arab states shared an interest with Turkey in ending the war, said Lebanese analyst Sarkis Naum, the larger role given to Ankara was worrisome for them, recalling the history of Ottoman imperial rule over many countries in the region. Hello. They know their history. For Hamas, the main concern was that Israel might renege on the deal and resume military operations. Deep distrust nearly derailed the process, regional sources said. The only real guarantee, a senior Hamas official told Reuters, came from the 4 parties, Turkey, Qatar, Egypt, and the Americans. Trump personally gave his word. The U.S. message was, release the hostages, hand over the bodies, and I guarantee there will be no return to war. Now, there's going to be a return to war. That's just a fact. We know this for a fact. I don't trust the Americans. I don't trust the Israelis. But because the war is going to resume, that means America's image will continue to decline. China is critical of Israel. Russia is critical of Israel. And so other people are saying, and this is going to grow, people are saying, wait a second, Russia's against Israel, China's against Israel, Russia's with Iran, Iran's against Israel, Iran actually went to war against Israel, the Houthis are with Iran, the Houthis stood up to the Israelis to defend the Palestinians. We kind of like the other guys, maybe we're the baddies. And America doesn't want this. So yes, Israel is going to resume the killing, but that's not going to be good for America in the long run, and America will continue to entertain the idea of cutting ties with Israel, and more holes, more cracks on the wall of the American-Israeli alliance will form until the whole thing is going to break apart. Now check this out. It says here, Turkey's entry into the talks was initially vetoed by Israel. So Israel said, no, we don't want Turkey to be involved in Gaza. But Trump intervened, pressuring Israel to allow Ankara's involvement, 2 diplomats said. Very interesting. So Naughton said, we don't want Turkey in Gaza. Of course he said that. You think Israel wants Turkey in Gaza? No way. But guess what you saw? Guess what we saw? Turkish flags in Gaza. Turkish equipment in Gaza. Right after the ceasefire was brokered, we started to see this. Why? Because Turkey now has a foothold in Gaza. Now, does that mean we're going to see the Turkish military in Gaza? We have yet to see. We have yet to see. If we start to see that, it's going to be, that's pretty serious. But the fact is that Donald Trump has put Netanyahu in his place. Because what have a lot of people been saying? What a lot of people have been saying is, oh, look, Donald Trump is the dog of Netanyahu. Look how Donald Trump pulls the chair for Netanyahu. Look how nice Donald Trump is to Netanyahu. Donald Trump doesn't like this. He doesn't want this image that he cannot control his allies being projected. And so he intervenes. He intervenes and he says, no, Natan, we call the shots here. We call the shots. And I personally think the Pentagon is just priming us for the end of the American-Israeli relationship. Now check this out. Here's an article that was recently published by the Times of Israel, basically saying that what's happening in regards to Turkey being involved in Gaza is a disaster for Israel. Let's take a look at this. Very interesting. So it says here that Turkey, using its new proximity to Egypt to bring the two largest navies in the Eastern Mediterranean into closer operational contact, thereby compressing Israel's maneuverability along its maritime borders. So Turkey is getting closer to the Egyptian Navy. So you have the Turkish Navy and the Egyptian Navy, the biggest navies in the Mediterranean. And it says here that by Turkey using its new proximity to Egypt, because now Turkey has sort of a foothold in Gaza, and so that would mean what? Turkey being closer to Egypt. That would mean Turkey being on Israel's south. So it's not looking good for Israel, and it's not looking good for Egypt either, because if Egypt doesn't do what Turkey wants, Turkey could invade Egypt, and I think eventually Turkey will invade Egypt because it wants to make an empire. It wants to be the strongest country in the Middle East, and I think Turkey is going to invade Egypt. It's going to be bad for Egypt. And if Turkey invades Egypt, and I think it will, that means Turkey really will be on Israel's ass. Figuratively and literally, on Israel's ass. That's why Egypt doesn't want Turkey in Gaza, because that would mean Turkey being right on the border with Egypt, on the Sinai. So think about it. If Turkey invades Egypt, Turkey's on Israel's ass. And all Turkey has to do is just go up north. So if Turkey puts its military in Gaza, that would mean Turkey's military will be on Israel's Israel's east in Syria, smack right next to Israel, smack right next to the Golan Heights, and Turkey would be right on Israel's south. Now, what's on the other side of Israel? Cyprus. And who's in Cyprus? Turkey. Who controls half of Cyprus? Turkey. So if Turkey goes to Gaza, that would mean Israel being totally encircled. Let's look at a map, y'all. We got to pull up the map. Hold up. Let's pull up the map, guys. Hold up. Middle East map. Google got the worst maps in the world. Let's look at a map, guys. Let's look at a map. Here's a map. Here is Syria. It's on Israel's east. Turkey is already there. Turkey is already in Cyprus on Israel's west. Turkey now wants to be right here in Gaza. If Turkey is allowed to have a military presence in Gaza, that means Israel is encircled. That's what that means. They're already in Cyprus. They're already in Syria. And which country do the Israelis love to escape to in times of war? Cyprus. And they won't be able to escape to Cyprus. I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying this is a good thing, so don't flag me, YouTube. But we are seeing the beginning of the end. We're beginning to see the beginning of the end. You know? And I think we have to face this reality. Let's go back to this article here. Feet. Who the hell wants to see feet? Give me a break. These ads are ridiculous. So it says here, viewed in full measure, 1,200 massacred the kidnapped and their families, talking about October the 7th. This is an Israeli publication, so keep this in mind. The sacred sacrifice of 917 IDF soldiers and billions spent over 2 years of Israel's longest war. To now see Turkish flags flying in Gaza is nothing short of a catastrophic strategic failure. Hello, this is a strategic failure for Israel. Lost the war. Israel lost the war. It didn't destroy Hamas. It has to deal with U.S. intervention. America stopped Israel. And now America is entertaining this idea of allowing Turkey to have a presence in Gaza. I mean, this doesn't look like winning. Israel is losing. So it says here, whoever pressured or persuaded the prime minister into this arrangement bears responsibility, but ultimately the buck stops with him for opening this Pandora's box. And yes, Netanyahu and his ilk definitely did open a Pandora's box. He opened a Pandora's box, yes. By slaughtering the Gazans, by making Gaza into a house of butchery, by making Gaza into a slaughterhouse, by supporting the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad, thus enabling Turkey to take over Syria, Israel opened this Pandora's box. Because by butchering Gaza, that gave now this opportunity for Turkey to rise up as the hero of the Palestinians. And Turkey is rising to the occasion. Iran rose up to the occasion. And Israel got bombed. And it was very embarrassing for Israel to see how the Iron Dome is complete bullshit. And so now Israel is facing what? A Turkey on its east? It's facing a Turkey at its west? It's possibly facing a Turkey on its south? Does this look like winning to you? Getting bombed and getting encircled. And this is the price that Israel is paying for doing a genocide. I mean, doing a genocide comes with a price. That's the bottom line. Germany did a genocide. It came with a price. Came with a price. Japan did a genocide in Asia. Came with a price. It comes with a price. Kind of massaging myself. I put a little massage ball behind my back. So, it says here, allowing a clearly hostile Turkey aligned with Hamas and its Islamist patrons to embed itself on Israel's southern border trades one ring of fire for another. And an even more dangerous one. Yes, the author is correct. Turkey is more dangerous than Iran. It's more advanced than Iran. Even the most amateur observer can see the 1,000 doors of mischief this opens for Erdogan and his jihadi allies. Recall what one Turkish-sponsored militia leader, Ahmet Yiğit Yıldırım, of the Ülküleri Idealist Herths or Grey Wolves, that's a CIA psyop, a CIA-backed organization, by the way. The Grey Wolves declared after seizing Damascus at the end of 2024, quote, "We all saw the reflection in Syria of our leader's words. We may come suddenly one night. After Damascus is stabilized and assured, inshallah, we will see that the conquest of Jerusalem is near." You see this? And who backed the Grey Wolves during the Cold War? CIA. So the Pentagon supports the rise of Turkey, which means America kind of doesn't really give as much of a shit about Israel as some people think. And by the way, Bashar al-Assad, he is living a comfy life in Russia. He's playing video games. Go look this up. He's playing video games as we speak in Russia. The dude needs to start a Twitch account. I'd watch it. Hell yes, I'd watch it. Anyway, so it says here, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan issued a thinly veiled threat regarding Israel's alliance with Greece and Cyprus. In an interview with Turkish state television, he said they are attempts to encircle Turkey by certain states. So Turkey is saying Israel wants to encircle Turkey. We are watching this very closely. He then added, the government is developing diplomatic strategies to address the situation. If they fail, the case will be referred to the armed forces and security forces. Then we will see more. So Turkey's foreign minister, Hakan Fidan, is saying, listen, we're trying to deal with Israel diplomatically. Israel wants to butcher Gaza. Israel doesn't want us to control Syria. Israel wants to destabilize and fragment Syria. Israel's trying to prevent us from bringing Syria into our sphere of influence. We're trying to handle this with Israel diplomatically, but if diplomatic measures are exhausted and are rendered useless, we're going to have to deal with this militarily. Turkey is giving the warning. Now you can say, oh, this is all hot air. It's all bullshit. Don't think that way, guys. Let me show you guys something. Oh, I can't show it to you. The book is not in my room. Read, if you ever get the chance, it's a very long book, but I do recommend it. Read the book Provoked by Scott Horton. He shows you what was happening decades before Russia invaded Ukraine. And he shows you all the times that Russia was warning the United States that it was going to go to war in Ukraine. Russia gave so many warnings to the Americans. Stop meddling in Ukraine. Stop meddling in Ukraine. We're going to have to do something. We're going to have to do something. Russia made it very clear to America that Ukraine is a red line. And that if America does not cease its meddling in Ukraine, Russia will have to intervene. America ignored the warnings. Do not think it's hot air. For many, many years, Russia was warning NATO about a war in Ukraine. And for many years, we thought it was hot air, and it wasn't hot air. We have to take this stuff seriously. And Israel isn't... America knows this, and America doesn't give a damn. That's the thing. I think, I could be wrong, but I think that America is setting up Israel for its end. That's my belief. I think America is throwing Israel under the bus. If not now, eventually. And so it says here, this week we saw what diplomatic strategy looks like. The election in Turkish-controlled East Cyprus of an Erdogan loyalist, followed by calls for the annexation of East Cyprus into Turkey. So Turkey wants to control all of Cyprus. That's going to put it in conflict with Greece. We have to keep this in mind. So Israel is going to try to deepen ties with Greece over this issue. But remember, Cyprus is right next door to Israel. And Turkey's already there militarily. So Israel is already partially encircled. If Turkey is allowed to put a military foothold into Gaza, that means Israel is going to be encircled from the east in Syria, from the west in Cyprus, from the south in Gaza. And what's north of Israel? Lebanon. Who's in Lebanon? Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a proxy of which country? Iran. It's not going to look good. What is emerging under the Trump peace plan looks less like resolution and more like a nightmare. This is from an Israeli publication. Replacing Iranian influence with Turkish influence. The damage is done. The urgent question now is how quickly and with how little further harm Israel can reverse course and prevent Turkey from becoming a permanent fixture on its southern border, which means the Israeli lobby is going to start going hard on this Turkish issue. The question remains, is America going to allow Turkish troops to be in Gaza? That's the question that remains. And if that happens, then you know damn well that America is setting Israel up for failure. Now check this out. Here are some quotes from a Turkish journalist. I want to show you guys these quotes. There is a Turkish journalist who is close to Erdogan. His name is Ibrahim Karagül, and this is what he wrote in October of this year. October 1st, quote, "We are forced to fight Israel. We are forced to send Netanyahu and his team out of the world, to bring Israel to its knees, to call the Jewish community to account for this barbarism. Israel can no longer win a war. It knows this." Turkey sees weakness. And believe me, when Iran was bombing Israel, Turkey was watching. You best damn believe that Turkey was watching. Turkey sees weakness. On October 6th, Israel has committed suicide. No one can save it now. This is what this Turkish journalist wrote. Israel has committed suicide. It must be disciplined with war. War and power should make Israel kneel. The Jewish nation that is feeding its barbarism should be gotten under control. However extreme it looks, a Turkey-Israel war will absolutely happen. If Israel continues in this way, there will be war. Turkey will not be patient. Israel's life is over. The Hagia Sophia is opened, and Jerusalem will be saved. Now, what did I tell you guys? What does it say in the book of Zechariah? All those who fixate on Jerusalem will be cut to pieces. Turkey fixates on Jerusalem. Israel fixates on Jerusalem. The Christian Zionists fixate on Jerusalem. All those who fixate on Jerusalem, as the prophet Zechariah says, will be done. This is a destructive war. Whoever gets involved in a war for Jerusalem will be in a whirlwind of destruction. That's the reality. That's the future. Jerusalem will be saved. Israel will have no choice but to kneel in front of Turkey. This is the only way for it to live. Otherwise, in the second quarter of the 21st century, there will be no Israel. This guy is literally saying there's going to be Shoah Part 2. I'm not saying it's a good thing. Don't flag me, YouTube. But that's what this guy is saying. We're looking at the revival of the ideas of the Austrian painter. That's what we're seeing. In the mind of the man who opened Hagia Sophia after 86 years, there is a settled plan to liberate Jerusalem and settle the account of 1917. What happened in 1917? What didn't Turkey lose Israel or Palestine as a territory? Yes. Turkey wants to revive that. Turkey wants to reverse that and retake Israel and retake Jerusalem. We're going back to World War I levels of thinking here. Now, Netanyahu says there will be no Turkish involvement, but we will see. We will see. Now, look at this. Check this out. Check this out, guys. Look at this here. I'll make this a little bit bigger. It's not only regarding the threat posed by Hamas that Israel is running up against American boundaries. Turkey, a bitter critic of Israel and Hamas backer, enjoys a close relationship with the Trump White House and is playing a growing role in the Gaza ceasefire. The Prime Minister's office told the Times of Israel on Wednesday that no Turkish troops will be allowed in Gaza. And Vance told this reporter at his Tuesday press conference in Kiryat Gat that Jerusalem would decide which foreign troops are allowed on its soil. So perhaps there will be no Turkish troops, but still, Mr. Vance did say that Turkey will have an involvement in Gaza. But the vice president was quick to note that there is a constructive role for the Turks to play. The Trump administration increasingly sees Ankara as an effective and reliable partner in Gaza, and it's unlikely Israel can freeze it out entirely. So it looks like it's likely, or it looks like it's already the case, that Turkey has some kind of presence in Gaza, because how else do you explain this photo? Water being distributed in Gaza using tankers marked with Turkish flags. Those Turkish flags are not there for no reason. They are there for a reason. What is the reason? To show Israel, Turkey is here. The Sultan is here. And America has to appease Turkey. It has to, because of Turkey's very vital position of being the one who controls the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean, which means the Americans can use the Turks as a chess piece against the Russians and limit the Russians' access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. America does not want to lose Turkey. Some Israeli officials are alarmed at the way things are unfolding. Unnamed officials told the Khan public broadcaster that Israel is like a client state. The Americans are following every action and doing everything to prevent the collapse of the ceasefire agreement, including preventing us from carrying out certain actions at times. Netanyahu, a shrewd political operator, shouldn't be surprised by these developments, but he has shown himself to be overly assured of his ability to sway Trump. He accepted a last-minute White House invite from the president in April, only to find himself walking into an Oval Office ambush on Iran, tariffs, and Turkey. One of Trump's most effective diplomatic and political weapons is his ability to get what he wants out of diverse players by making them all believe that he is fully on their side. Ultimately, he leaves himself ample room to shift his positions and the implementation of his promises to serve the U.S. or his own interest. So that's it. I'm not going to read the whole article, but that's the part that I want to read. Let me see here. I want to show you guys some more stuff about the news. What's Assad's username? I wish I knew. Indigenous land for indigenous hands. Let's see here. I almost believe some of the noble families in Europe believed they were related to the kings of Israel. Yeah, there was. I think British Israelism had something was popular at one point in England. The problem of the Middle East is Turks. The amount of war in the Middle East never happened until the Mongols and Turks learned that there was a land in the south where people had civilization. Let's see here. Ted needs to get Assad on his show. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, that'd be awesome. I want to show you guys one or two more articles. We're going to talk about the rise of militarist Japan and how America is accelerating it. So it says here that the shadow behind the rising sun, what you should know about Japan's first female prime minister, a lot of the right-wingers are just gushing over this woman like she's some sort of a hero. All she is doing is the bidding of the United States. She is all for accelerating Japanese militarism. She's all for intensifying Japanese purchases of American military technology. And the Americans are all for it because that boosts up the American military-industrial complex, and it also boosts up Japan as an American proxy against the Chinese and the North Koreans. So people are talking about, oh, yes, you know, this is Japanese nationalism, and it is, but it's not Japanese independence. It's more like America is yet again creating another Japanese Leviathan. So let's get into this article, and I'll give you guys my commentary on this. So it says here that behind Sanei Takaichi's nationalist swagger lies a country still marching to U.S. orders. So it says here that behind the triumphant rhetoric of self-reliance lies a more complicated reality. Takaichi's rise marks not Japan's emancipation from post-war constraints, but the deepening of its strategic alignment with Washington's Indo-Pacific design. Her Japan seeks sovereignty, yet moves within American lines. That's because Japan is occupied by the United States. There's around, I want to say, 56,000 or so American troops in Japan. That is an occupation. Japan has been militarily occupied since the end of World War II. That's quite obvious. So Japan is going to do the bidding of the United States. Now, America is working to boost up Japan's military capacity, and America wants Japan to increase its military spending to 5% of its GDP, which would be humongous and would make Japan into a massive military power. And that would mean Japan being a very serious threat to the Chinese and the North Koreans, which is what the Americans want. The question is, what is this Leviathan going to do once it's unleashed by the Americans? Is it going to do its own thing? Is it going to do another Nanking type atrocity or another or a series of Nanking atrocities? And that's what I fear will happen if Japan revives as a East Asian power again. I think it is. I think it definitely is reviving at the behest of the United States, albeit it is reviving. Now, remember what the Japanese did to China. They killed millions of people in China. No one ever talks about it, but that's another dark fact of World War II. Japan slaughtered literally millions of people in China. And so America wants to use this country called Japan to go against China. And they want the Japanese to repeat Nanking yet again. That's what the Americans want. The Americans don't give a damn what atrocities the Japanese may do. So it says here that Japan must stand proud again, yet this pride is modeled on a blueprint Washington knows well. A Japan that is stronger, but in ways that serve the larger American strategy in Asia. China was quick to notice. Japan, then this is what the Chinese had to say, quote, Japan should reflect on its history and remember the lessons so that it would not repeat past mistakes of war, meaning Japan don't do Nanking again. Said Lim Jian, the spokesperson for Japan's foreign ministry. The warning hinted at what Tokyo's neighbors suspect, that Japan's new independence may in fact be a return to old allegiances, this time under an American flag. So the Chinese are worried about a rising Japan. This is a fact. Now you could say, well, Japan is so small. It's much smaller than China. Why would China be afraid? Well, Japan has always been smaller than China, and it was smaller than China during World War II, and yet it was able to invade China and butcher millions. Never underestimate a small country. If it were the case that size really matters in a war, then stop complaining about Israel and stop saying that Israel is a threat to the Middle East, because Israel is the smallest fucking country in the Middle East, and yet everyone complains about Israel nonstop. So really, spare me with the uneducated observations. So it says here, at the heart of her agenda is a promise to restore Japan's full right to defend itself, and when necessary, to strike first. So Japan wants to get involved in the business of preemptive strikes. For years, they've talked about self-defense, but they really want to do a preemptive strike. That would mean attacking China, attacking North Korea. She has vowed to revise Article 9 of the Constitution, the clause that has bound the country to pacifism since World War II, to expand China's right to collective self-defense. In practical terms, that means moving beyond a purely defensive posture towards a strategy of deterrence and even preemption. The shift began under Shinzo Abe, blah, blah, blah. Japan is acquiring and developing long-range strike capabilities, including U.S.-made Tomahawk cruise missiles and AGM-158 JASSM systems, as well as its own Type 12 missiles, whose range has been extended to nearly 1,000 kilometers. That would mean Japan having the capability of bombing China. The Izumo-class helicopter destroyers, which is a giant naval ship, by the way, are being converted to deploy F-35B stealth fighters, while new investments pour into cyber and space defense programs. Oh, and by the way, Japan is also working on creating its own fifth-generation fighter jet to be more militarily independent from the American military-industrial complex. Now, keep in mind, America is creating a monster. It's creating a Japanese monster. You could say, well, there's no historical precedence for this. There is, actually, because it was the United States who created Imperial Japan. This is a fact of history that almost no one talks about, but it's the truth. Remember, Japan was in a state of isolation for about 400 years. It did not get involved in other countries. It locked itself from other countries, from foreign influence. And the reason for this was because Japan wanted nothing to do with Christianity. It didn't like the fact that you had missionaries from Portugal who were preaching the gospel in Japan. A lot of Japanese people converted to Catholicism. That led to an actual war between Japanese Catholic samurai and Japanese Shinto samurai. The Catholics actually stood their ground for a while. The Dutch intervened, gave cannons to the Shintoists to bomb the Catholics, and the Catholics were defeated. After this war was over, Japan said, we will no longer allow any sort of foreign influence on our country because we do not want Christianity in Japan. So Japan commenced its era of total isolation from the rest of the world, and that isolation lasted for about, I want to say, 400 years or so. Lasted for centuries. And for centuries, Japan was away from the world. It lived a primitive life. It was just a bunch of samurais killing each other. You had feudal lords who were warring with each other. And that was that. They were just killing each other. So America said, well, here's an untapped market. America went to Japan, and you had Mr. Perry go to Japan with a giant coal-powered naval ship. And he told the Japanese to buy American military technology. And the Japanese said, we're not interested. And Mr. Perry said, fire the cannons. The Americans fired the cannons. The Japanese were terrified. They never saw anything like this in their lives. And Japan said, where do we sign? So the Americans began to sell, by force, military technology to the Japanese. Thus commenced the Meiji era of Japan. The Meiji era of Japan begins in the 19th century and is basically the era of Japan going through a process of unification. This led to the destruction of the samurai culture because the samurai were people who were resisting westernization. And so the samurai had to be crushed. This is what the whole film, The Last Samurai, was about. And so the samurai was crushed, and you had the full unification of Japan under one government and under one emperor. Japan rose as a military power, and Japan entered the world of realpolitik against the Chinese. This is where things really get interesting. Japan commences its process of becoming a major superpower in Asia. So what happens? China and Japan start fighting over who's going to control North Korea. North Korea was divided between two factions, kind of like today, North and South Korea. The two factions were the pro-Japan camp and the pro-China camp. The pro-Japan camp was a proxy of the Japanese. The pro-China camp was a proxy of, well, China. And eventually there was a riot that broke out in Japan. Basically, the wife of the King of Korea, the King of Korea was King Gojong, I believe. His wife was very corrupt, and she was involved in some sort of a scheme, or I think her brother or cousin or whoever was involved in some sort of a scheme to steal rice that was supposed to be allocated to the Korean soldiers. So they used to pay the soldiers in rice. Well, that rice was embezzled out, and then they gave the Korean soldiers bags of sand. The Korean soldiers said, what the fuck? And they rioted, and they attacked some Japanese soldiers who were stationed in Korea at the time. Japan sent soldiers to Korea. China sent soldiers to Korea as a response to protect the pro-China camp. Now, this is from my own memory. I don't remember everything. I could be wrong about my history, but this is what I remember the history saying. So the King of Korea was pro-China. The government of Korea was pro-Japan. So you had Chinese troops in Korea, you had Japanese troops in Korea, and they were on the verge to fighting over who was going to control Korea. Korea was very important for Japan because, if I'm not mistaken, Korea had a lot of natural resources that Japan wanted. I think it was iron or something like that. But regardless, Japan wanted to control Korea. So China and Japan were on the verge of going to war over Korea. They decided to de-escalate things, and they said, let's not go to war. Let's make a pact. Let's make an agreement. And the agreement said that neither Japan nor China would ever send troops into Korea. That was the agreement. Eventually, a riot broke out again, and Japan decides to send soldiers to Korea. I believe the pro-Japan camp in Korea said, hey, Japan, could you send some soldiers? Japan sends soldiers to Korea. China says, you broke the agreement. Sorry, Japan, you broke the agreement. And China, in response, began to send soldiers into Korea. Thus began the First Sino-Japanese War in the late 1800s. 1899, I believe, the First Sino-Japanese War ended. So then what happened? Japan defeats China because Japan had that American military technology. And the war was over Korea. They were killing each other in Korea. They weren't killing each other in China or Japan. They were killing each other in Korea. Japan defeats China, solidifying Japan's position as a regional superpower in East Asia. Japan puts a military presence in China. Russia says, hey, China, you gotta back off. Back off, China. Germany, France, Russia collectively tell Japan to back off. Japan backs off. Russia puts a naval presence in China. The Americans don't like this because America doesn't like Russia, nor does it like China. So Japan says, man, we just got kicked out of China after defeating China. What kind of victory is this? So Japan says, we're not going to let Russia just be this dominating power and push us around. So what happens? Japan does a surprise attack on Russia's naval base in China. Their naval base was called Port Arthur. They attack Russia at Port Arthur, and thus begins the first Russo-Japanese War from 1904 to 1905. The entire world thought that Japan was going to lose. So all you people saying Japan ain't shit, I got news for you. You're uneducated. I'm trying to help you, but you're uneducated. Anyone who tells me that Japan ain't shit is not educated. Japan has been a serious power for a very long time. So the whole world thought there's no way that Japan could beat Russia because Russia had a very advanced navy. Russia was a white country, still is a white country. Japan was a non-white country. And so the belief at that time was there's no way that a non-white country could defeat a white country. Well, everyone got shocked because Japan ended up defeating the Russians. And there was a massive battle between the Russians and the Japanese called the Battle of Mukden. 90,000 Russians were slaughtered in the Battle of Mukden. Now, I think you would be very hard-pressed to find a battle in the history of modern warfare where 90,000 people were butchered in a single battle. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find that. The Americans were watching from afar, and the Americans said, wow, this is really good. Theodore Roosevelt sends a letter saying, I was pro-Japan after watching Japan defeat China, but now I'm even more pro-Japan after watching Japan defeat Russia. So the history of America using the Japanese to go against the Chinese and the Russians has been going on for a very long time. You can go back to Theodore Roosevelt. The history of America creating a militarily powerful Japan goes back a very long way. It goes back to the 1800s with the Meiji era. So what happens after Russia is defeated? Japan says, we've defeated China. We've defeated Russia. We are the dominating power. We are a superpower that must be taken seriously. And we are going to be taken seriously. And so the next target of Japan was Korea. We defeated China over who was going to control Korea. We defeated Russia. Korea. What does the American government do under Theodore Roosevelt? The Americans tell the Europeans who had soldiers stationed in Korea, withdraw your troops. America withdrew its troops from Korea. The Europeans withdrew, at the behest of America, the Europeans withdrew their troops from Korea. Why did America do this? Because the Americans wanted Japan to invade Korea. Why? Because the Americans wanted a powerful Korea in Asia to use as a chess piece against the Chinese and the Russians. This is a fact of history no one talks about. No one talks about this. Nobody talks about this. Okay. So Korea says, oh my God, Japan is going to invade us. The king of Korea sends a telegram to America saying, Theodore Roosevelt, please help us. Why? Get this. Because America made an agreement, a security agreement with the Koreans, that if any external power ever threatened the integrity of Korea's territory, that America would intervene. Diplomatically, albeit, it would intervene. So the King of Korea tells America, hey, America, we have an agreement. Japan is going to invade us. You have to help us. America completely ignores the King of Korea. The King of Korea is forced to flee. Japan invades. And Japan invades, takes over Korea, solidifying the Japanese Empire. And that was the beginning of the Japanese Empire. That was the beginning of Imperial Japan. Who created Imperial Japan? America did. Japan ended up attacking the United States. But nonetheless, it was America who created Imperial Japan. That's a fact of history. So what is America doing right now? Creating a powerful Japan. That's what they're doing. The United States wants Japan not merely as an ally, but as a forward operating partner whose rearmament fits seamlessly into the American strategic framework in Asia. Jeffrey Sachs argues, the U.S. acts as if Japan needs to be defended against China. Let's have a look. During the past 1,000 years, how many times did China attempt to invade Japan? If you answered 0, you are correct. Migrants account for barely 2% of Japan's population, yet what do we see in Japan? Anti-migrant sentiment, anti-foreign sentiment. Nationalism is rising in Japan. That's what's happening. Nationalism is rising like crazy in Japan. We have never seen anti-foreigner sentiment like this in Japan in the entirety of the post-World War II era. And we see all these American tourists causing problems in Japan. They're like dancing in subways all the time. They're doing graffiti. I saw this Australian guy who was stealing bottles of alcohol on tombstones, because in Japan they have a tradition where they put bottles of Kirin, and they put bottles or cans of alcohol on tombstones to show respect to the dead. And you have this Australian guy going to random tombstones, graveyards in Japan, just stealing alcohol and drinking it and guzzling it down. Blatant disrespect, blatant provocation. I wouldn't be surprised if these people are plants to revive nationalism, but nationalism is reviving in Japan as a result of this. So anti-China sentiment is huge, anti-foreign sentiment is huge, and that's why the far right in Japan is rising like crazy. Sohei Kamiya, this guy here, is rising like crazy. And it says here that he is the Secretary General of the ultra-nationalist Sansei Party. And Sansei Party is a far-right, nationalist, anti-China, militaristic party that's rising in Japan. And it says here that this guy said, why do foreigners come first when the Japanese are struggling to make ends meet and suffering from fear? And it says here that Washington has pressed Japan to spend up to 5% of its GDP on defense, more than double its current trajectory, as part of a broader push for burden sharing. The phrase sounds cooperative, but in practice it means underwriting America's Indo-Pacific strategy, and that strategy is boosting Japan's military strength against the Chinese. The stronger Japan becomes militarily, the more it seems bound to Washington's orbit. And so Japan is still a major trading partner with China, but America wants to end this because America wants to encircle Japan. So we are creating another Japanese monster. And so America wants to see a third Sino-Japanese war. I'll read your guys' comments. Let's see here. Iron, mines, and access to Manchuria. That's correct. Yeah, you are correct. Thank you for telling me that. Mr. Goots 166. This economic corridor, a union of nations, is arising. It will end up as 10 somehow, blah, blah, blah. Peace and justice shall rule the Theo kingdom. Japan has the same military power as South Korea, but they want to make it bigger. And believe it or not, I talked about this before, the South Koreans, they talk about China, but behind closed doors, they're worried about Japan. They are very worried. Japan is a country that still denies the atrocities that it did to the Koreans and to the Chinese. The South Koreans are very worried about a rising Japan. Japan is really strong. You guys don't know because you all don't live near the area. By the way, Guts lives in Indonesia. So he sees these things in Asia, in the continent itself. The Japanese are definitely warriors. Absolutely. They are a warrior people. Absolutely. And they're a very obedient people. They have a strong culture of conformity, which makes it easy to form a military and to do military missions and objectives. Let me see here. Oh yeah, the Sane Takahashi. Japan is really gonna rise up. Yep. Much to the chagrin of South Korea. Absolutely. Japan gonna get bitch slapped. I listen. Ukraine is smaller and weaker than Russia. How many Russians have been killed? Now, okay. Every time I bring up Japan, somebody always brings up that someone always says that Japan is weaker. Okay. I'm going to address one of these comments here. Hold up. Hold up, guys. So Louis Springen says they don't have the population they did, and yes, 21st century warfare is different, but they might be limited in types of warfare. So you're correct when you say that 21st century warfare is very different. It is determined by drones. Why do you think the war in... Okay, do you guys know what's happening in Ukraine? In the Donbass region, to be specific? The Russians and the Ukrainians are fighting over a territory in the Donbass region that is roughly the size of Delaware. Russia has pretty much taken over the great majority of Donbass, but there's one region that it's really fighting over, and it hasn't fully conquered it yet, and it's the size of Delaware. And Russian advancement is moving quite slowly. They're fighting over 100 feet here, 100 feet there. Why is Russian advancement moving so slowly? Drones. Does Russia have a bigger population than that of Ukraine? Yes. Is Russia a bigger country than that of Ukraine? Yes. Does Russia have a more advanced military than Ukraine? Yes. But still, yet, Russia is struggling to take over a small region of Ukraine. Why? Drones. Drones. Drones make battle very difficult. Drones make advancing in battle, advancing your position in battle, very difficult. Because you move one wrong direction, bam, you get hit, and you don't even see these drones coming. So warfare has changed, regardless of population sizes. You could have a war between Israel and Iran right now, a real conventional war. I'm not talking about just exchanging bombs and missiles. I mean a real war. And Iran would win, but a lot of Iranians would probably die. Because regardless of the fact that Israel has a 9 million man army, Israel still has a pretty advanced military with a lot of drones, a very powerful air force. So Iranians would still sustain heavy casualties. Iran would still win, don't get me wrong, but Iran would still have difficulty. Just like while Russia has a bigger population and a bigger country and a bigger military than those of the Ukrainians, Russia is still struggling. So Japan may be smaller, but it's nothing to underestimate. And Japan still has a what's the size of Japan? Oh, and by the way, Russia has population issues. Ukraine has population issues. China has a declining population. They're having very low birth rates, albeit they still have over 1 billion people. Japan has very low birth rates, but Japan still has... What's the population of Japan? 124 million people. What is the age demographics of Japan? Let's look at the age demographics. Let's see here. The median age of Japan is 49.8, which is pretty bad. But nonetheless, there are still millions of young men in Japan who could be used in a war. Plus, you also have to factor in technology. You also have to factor in drones. You have to factor in Air Force. Let's also look at, let's see here, Japan manpower, military. Let's look at manpower. If you look at the manpower availability for Japan, there's still 42 million people who are fit for service. Men who are reaching military age is over 1 million. So you still could have the manpower. Now, albeit Japan would lose against China. They would. What I'm saying is that they still wouldn't be easy to deal with. That's what I'm saying. They got paid sand because they got robbed. They were supposed to be paid in rice. They got robbed, so they rioted. What is the median age of Russia right now? Median age of Russia is 40 years old. What is the birth rate of Russia? 1.41 births per woman. What is the median age of Ukraine? 41. What is the birth rate of Ukraine? Less than that of Russia, 0.98. What is the birth rate of Japan? 1.20, which is comparable to that of Russia. What is the median age? We know the median age is 49. So Ukraine has birth rate issues. Russia has birth rate problems. Japan has a low birth rate, but yet Russia and Ukraine are at war. My point being that Japan is still capable of going to war. That is what I'm saying. Of course, you're not going to address anything that I'm saying because you're more than likely a bad faith actor, but I'm just going to give you the facts. Thank you for the history lesson. Never heard about Port Arthur. Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm glad you like that. The world began understanding, blah, blah, blah. 125 million. Yep, it's a lot of people. I asked a Russian what they would do. He said Russia no way could win conventional war, but would have to go to a nuclear option. Yeah, and that's the scary reality of our future. Very scary reality of our future. You addressed the birth rate above? Okay, let me see. Hold on. The birth rate is kicking up in Japan. Don't trust the media. I have a female friend married to a Japanese man. She always said that Japan have a lot of new kids and young people compared to decades ago. Okay. Yeah, people like to use this argument, and I think it's overused. And I think that it just doesn't really it doesn't really delegitimize the argument that Japan still has war capabilities. And it's already the thing also that people don't talk about is the fact that Japan is already at least already a de facto nuclear power. It's possible that Japan already has nuclear weapons, and they're not telling anyone about it. But even if they don't have nuclear weapons, they are already a de facto nuclear power, which means that in a matter of months, they could become a nuclear armed country. So they definitely are a threat to China. There was actually a series, if you want to get into shows about the Russo-Japanese War, there was actually a Russian series, television series on the Russo-Japanese War. I don't remember the name of it, but I'm sure you could look it up on Google. You're well-spoken. I was wondering if you went to college and majored in something. Nope, I never went to university. I'm happy that you say that about me, but I never went to university, never went to college. I went to high school. I learned this by reading a book called Flyboys, which is a great book on World War II and Japan. Let me see if I can find the author's name. Yep, it's called Flyboys by James Bradley, and James Bradley gets into the history of how the United States created Japan. It's really interesting. Yeah, look up Flyboys by James Bradley, a great history book on the rise of Japan. Remember why they chose a right-wing PM? Because there's a lot of young people struggling economically in Japan. That is correct. And young men who struggle economically are the perfect candidates for military recruitment. That is true. They reliable on rare earth minerals. There's a lot of pissed off young men. And the thing is that a lot of people think Japan is this wonderland of anime and Pokemon and, you know, great anime music. And that's true. It does have all those things. Great video games, Capcom. And look at me. I'm a fan. I got my girl. Let me see here. Hold up. I got my girl, Ashley Graham. Got my boy, Leon Kennedy. We got, let's see here. We got Dr. Salvador. Over here with the chainsaw. Dr. Salvador. You know, I'm a fan of Japanese art. And it does have all those things. But there is, behind the curtains, there is a very, very dark reality in Japan. And that reality is one of a very high suicide rate in which you literally have tens of thousands of people in Japan committing suicide. I want to say 33,000 people, or around that number, will kill themselves in Japan in a given year. It's pretty horrendous. And Japan has a lot of dysfunction. There's a lot of depression, a lot of misery. There's just a lot of despair. And when you are in that sort of environment, believe it or not, it's very easy for people to fall into fascism or to fall into right-wing politics, because when you are really angry, you're really ripe to be manipulated by political instigators. And that's when people start using the despair of the young men to go against foreigners and to spark nationalism and to advocate for militarism and things of that sort. And so frustrated young men are perfect for military recruitment. They have nothing to live for. They feel like they have nothing to live for. They're full of despair. They're filled with anger. And if you tell a whole bunch of angry Japanese men that, hey, you know, all those anime movies that you watch, you know, all the violent scenes in those anime movies, like in Berserker, you could live those fantasies out. Really? Yeah, in war. We're going to go to China. We're going to go to Taiwan. Damn. And they want to do it. And so those people are very, very ripe for military recruitment. Also, when you have a society that has very low rates of marriage, it's also easier to convince people to join the path of militarism. Because if you're married and you have kids, it's more difficult to convince you to go to war. This is why marriage life and family life works as a pacifier for human society. So if I get married and have kids, and then some asshole comes to my house and says, you've been chosen to, I'm going to go, get the fuck out of here. Why? Because why would you want to leave your family to go die for some rich fuck's war? Fuck that. And then you're going to die, and then what, your wife's going to get shagged by somebody else, and then your kid's not even going to know who the hell you are. It's, you know, there's a lot of psychological torment in that. And so you don't want to go through that. So young men who are single, who are frustrated, they're sexually frustrated, they're frustrated with life in general, they're very easy for military recruitment. I mean, even in the Bible, it says that when a young man has just gotten married, he is not allowed to be recruited into the military. It says this in the Old Testament because even in the Bible, in the ancient Israel, they understood this. Like those are not the people you want in your military, because they're going to be distracted. They're going to be thinking not about the mission, but about the wife and the kids, or the kid back home. So young men who are single, frustrated, filled with anger, they're watching anime, watching Berserker, they want to live out their anime fantasies. Those are perfect candidates for war. Absolute perfect candidates for war. You know, 2chan was a website for Japanese nerds created by a person that was connected to the Japanese intelligence. Now, I knew that 4chan was created by a Japanese guy. I did not know that about Japanese intelligence. Now, that is fascinating. 4chan, the American counterpart, was also created by a sus person connected to intelligence. That is fascinating. I did not know that. Was Gladio behind Shinzo Abe's assassination? Very good question, Short Feral. Short Feral is one of the OG members of this audience. Got a lot of newcomers here who are just talking bullshit. I don't know what you guys are just jabbering amongst yourselves, which is just whatever. So I believe that Shinzo Abe was assassinated for a greater political objective. I think it was a Charlie Kirk type situation. I do not believe it was just some disgruntled young man who was mad at Shinzo Abe because he was connected to some cult that his mom gave money to. I just don't believe that. I think that Abe was killed as part of a psychological operation, because what happened right after Shinzo Abe was killed, his goons got together in the Japanese parliament and they said, well, to honor the legacy of Shinzo Abe, we need to push more for Japanese militarism. This is what they said after Shinzo Abe was killed, because that's what Shinzo would want. So to honor Shinzo's death, let's push more for Japanese militarism. And so Shinzo Abe was very popular. He was extremely popular. He united Japan politically. And by killing Shinzo Abe, you created a lot of political instability, right? You brought this feeling of instability in Japan. And that's what it did. It brought a lot of instability. They replaced Shinzo Abe with Mr. Kishida. Kishida was very unpopular, and then they had to get rid of him. After they got rid of Kishida, they replaced him with Ishiba. Ishiba was so unpopular, they had to get rid of him. And there was a lot of economic woes under Ishiba. There was a rice shortage under Ishiba because of a drought, and then they had to take a bunch of rice from a huge storage department in Japan, and then they flooded the Japanese market with old preserved rice, and so the rice quality was very low. A lot of people just got pissed off, and also on top of that, you got all the foreigners in Japan, all the freaking tourists, millions of tourists going to Japan, causing problems, pissing people off, and so Kishida was seen as a very weak leader in the midst of all this, so Kishida was kicked out. Now we have this woman. Is she gonna be like, leading Japan into the great bonsai for the rising sun? No, she's not. But she is another stepping stone towards really this agenda of fully militarizing Japan. And that's what we're heading towards. And I made this prediction that Japan was heading towards this route back in 2014, in the early part of 2014. I wrote my first article on Japan, and nobody believed me. Most people don't believe me now, but every single year, we get more and more installments to this story showing that my prediction is correct and Japan is going to rise. Yeah, influential, yeah. What about the nuclear element? What about the nuclear element? As I already said, Japan is a de facto nuclear country. And they have the ability, if they already don't have nuclear weapons, they already have the ability to create nuclear weapons in a matter of months. Hi, Theodore. Always been a fan of your vids. Appreciate that. FHK 1993. Appreciate that, sir. Anime Coomer Gooners are not perfect candidates for war. Yes, they are. You're absolutely wrong. They absolutely are perfect candidates for war. Especially in modern warfare when everyone's playing video games. A lot of modern warfare is people moving a joystick around and using drones. You take some guy who wants to fulfill his anime fantasies, you put him in a military base, you instill some discipline in him, teach him how to use a gun. He's a very dangerous person. Especially in Japan, where they have a culture of conformity. You guys don't really know much. I don't know. A lot of people are walking around very ahistorically nowadays. I've noticed a lot of ahistorical people out there. It's quite sad. Theo makes it understandable, so it's not boring. He ties it together with conflicts happening or about to happen today. Who doesn't love that? I really appreciate that, Short Pharaoh. That means a lot to me. History made sensible. I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, Short Pharaoh is one of the OG members of this audience before this channel blew up. So show respect to Short Pharaoh, and that's it. But we got a lot of newcomers here who are just writing a bullshit. Whatever. RE4 Master Millennial Race, absolutely. Yeah, RE4, man, one of the masterpieces. Gary DB, RE4, absolutely. Yeah, RE4 is a masterpiece. It's the greatest game ever made. I don't care. I will die on this hill. RE4, greatest game ever made. It's the game that revolutionized gaming forever. It gave us the over-the-shoulder camera angle. It just gave us an art style of gunplay that we never saw in gaming before RE4 came out. So, yeah, I always, man, I love... Masterpiece, man. Masterpiece. They got to make a movie based on RE4. They got to make a movie based on RE4. Do you think Muslims and Christians uniting is a massive threat to Israeli hegemony in the Middle East? Absolutely. Absolutely. Christians and Muslims uniting against Israel is an absolute threat, which is why Israel is always pushing people like Tommy Robinson and Geert Wilders, because they always want to perpetuate this narrative that Muslims are the ultimate eternal enemy and that Christians must stand united with Israel, because they want the Christian world and the Western world, especially America, to be friends with Israel, because that enables further American support for the Israeli government, which would enable Israel to have further policies against the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. So yes, when Christians and Muslims are uniting, especially in the United States, it is a huge threat, which is why Israel backs people like Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson's whole job is to make sure that Americans remain anti-Muslim nationalistically while not becoming critical of Israel. The problem is that sail has already been set, the train has already been set, and the cat is already out of the bag, and Americans are becoming overwhelmingly anti-Israel. Whether Israel likes it or not, that is happening. Final Fantasy IX exists. I have never played any Final Fantasy game ever, and I know that there is a war between WoW players and Final Fantasy players. I don't really understand the war. If I had to pick a game to play just by looking at gameplay footage online, if I had to pick between Final Fantasy and WoW, I would pick... I think I would go with Final Fantasy. I don't know. It just seems like a better game. WoW, I tried playing... Actually, I did play WoW last year, but I only played a few times. I bought a subscription, $15 a month. I eventually canceled it. It's a very boring game. You know, it's kind of a... It's not a... I don't want to say it's a terrible game. It's not a terrible game. It is a very huge world, lots of adventure, and all that stuff. But at the same time, it just seems like a very tedious game to me. Can't wait to see the first fighter jet with anime waifu art. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and the Japanese they're on their way to creating their first indigenously made fighter jet. Let's see here. Japanese fighter jet. Let's check this out here. Mitsubishi FX. Yep, here it is, guys. Mitsubishi FX. Next generation fighter jet. It says here Mitsubishi FX was a 6th generation stealth fighter jet that was in development for the Japan self-defense. It was to be Japan's first domestically developed stealth fighter jet. It replaced the Mitsubishi F2 by the mid-2030s. Its development was to also bolster the nation's defense industry, blah, blah, blah. In December 2022, the governments of Japan, United Kingdom, and Italy jointly announced that they would develop and deploy a common fighter jet under a project called the Global Combat Air Program, merging development of the latter two nations, etc., etc. Is this thing still on? Like, are they still going to make this thing? Overview. Yeah, there was actually a bunch of controversy over this fighter jet because America wanted to be involved in the creation of it, and Japan said, we don't want America involved. which is a pretty big deal, you know, for Japan being militarily occupied by the United States, to say that to the Americans. But the reason why the Japanese said no to American involvement in the formation of its own fighter jet is because the last time Japan worked with the Americans to develop a fighter jet, the Americans were just micromanaging everything and gave the Japanese no control. So Japan said, "Hey, we're going to make our own fighter jet," and America said, "Great, we'll help." And Japan said, "No, thank you, goodbye. We don't want that." Let's see. It says here that its first flight is planned for 2028. So that's coming soon, 2028. It's okay. I mean, you guys are just, I don't know, whatever. You guys are just jabbering and not talking about anything that's the subject of the stream, but whatever. You guys have the freedom to do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you unless you're writing vile stuff. Let's see here. Yes, Japan is going to make their own fighter jet. The program is still ongoing. Yep. That's correct. India held a big event with all the superpowers pitched their 5th generation fighter to them. India has now decided to develop its own. Yeah, this is a pattern that's going on in various parts of the world because people see that America is declining. That's the bottom line. The American empire is declining, and all these countries working to make their own fighter jets, be it Germany, be it France, be it Japan, be it Turkey, India, is a sign that the American empire is declining and people no longer want to just rely on the United States. So let's say here, Mitsubishi making fighter jets. Mitsubishi has always been involved in military technology. You can go back to World War II. Mitsubishi was involved in the Japanese military-industrial complex. In fact, the Mitsubishi, or the Mitsubishi Corporation, ran work camps in which POWs were worked to death, and in at least one case, POWs were buried alive. So yes, Mitsubishi has a very long history of this, and Mitsubishi, in fact, has a history of literal atrocities. Amazingly, I knew a guy who worked for Toyota, an American guy, and he told me, he said, "Ted, they work you to the bone in Toyota. They don't give a fuck." He told me, they work you to the bone. He said, if they could put us in work camps and work us to death, they would. And I said, my friend, let me tell you about the history of Mitsubishi. Anime and manga are one of the Japanese soft power, especially in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, it's a way for Japan to spread its art and culture and get people to like Japan and thus support Japan. That's why people have such a... That's why you'll see Americans, certain Americans have this like weird emotional zeal for Japan. It's really interesting to see. Bunch of idiots see a video or listen to some professor and think they know something without thinking. A lot of people are just ahistorical, and that's a big problem because that means history is going to repeat. Western people often underestimate the beef between Japan and South Korea. Western people tend to underestimate everything unless it's something that they want people to overestimate, like Russia. And that's why you see all this bullshit about, oh, there's Russian drones in Poland. Oh, it's like, okay, obvious psyop. Yeah, soft power, exactly. Exactly, guys. Let's see here. Mitsubishi Outlander, that's cool. It made the Zero. That's right, Japan did make the Zero. And that was a very, very effective fighter jet. I think it's sensible for countries to have its own defense manufacturer. Buying everything from Lockheed Martin doesn't help its sovereignty. You're right, it doesn't, but we just have to look at everything in light of history, is what I'm saying. Japan is going to make their own fighter jet. Yep. All right, guys. I have been streaming for... Let's see. I got cut off. I accidentally cut myself off from my first stream at the beginning. And that was... How long did I stream for that part of the stream? I think it was like an hour. So it was an hour-long stream, 52 minutes if you want to be exact. And then I've been streaming here for 4.5 hours. So roughly 5.5 hours I've been streaming. I think that's long enough. I think we've covered a lot of ground. And I think we've really addressed some really interesting stuff and made some very fascinating observations about society. I will be seeing you guys soon. Don't forget to subscribe to me on Rumble, because right now I have 17,000 subscribers, which means I am deep, deep inside the danger zone, which means there are plenty of enemies and they want to get YouTube to take me down. So please, I ask you guys to subscribe to me on Rumble. So that way, when YouTube takes me down, you guys will know where to find me. I'll be on Rumble. All right, guys. It was a great stream. It was a lot of fun. We covered a lot of interesting ground. And, oh, I wanted to say, yes, this stream has made my week. Because I wanted to explain this. I had a shitty week, guys. Shitty week. Oh my god, I had a shitty week. But this stream has made it all better. And the reason why I had a shitty week is because early this week, let me think. Early this week, I had... Was it... No, sometime last week, I ended up getting... So I have bunions. I have big feet. And I've always been on and off involved in martial arts training. I love hitting my bag. I love shadow boxing. I love doing different various exercises that pertain to fighting. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a great fighter. I'm not a great martial artist, but I do love martial arts, and I definitely love participating in martial arts activities like training, just training actually. So the problem is on my feet, I got 2 big arches on my feet, which I think leaves me susceptible to bunions. A bunion is just when your big toe bone is not aligned correctly. And you have bunions almost always on the big toe muscle or the big toe joint, but you also can have muscles on the pinky, or sorry, you can also have a bunion on your pinky toe joint. This is called a Taylor's bunion. And sometime last week, I got a pinky bunion. Ended up with pinky bunion pain that lasted for a few days. Thankfully, it went away after I did a lot of toe stretching, and eventually, I put on a bunch of toe separators. I put on toe separators, and that really gave me a lot of relief. And now I don't have any more Taylor's bunion pain. But early this week, all of a sudden, I started getting pain on my left big toe. And it's been days. And yesterday I did a lot of stretching, put on toe separators for hours. That gave me a lot of relief. It went away. Not last night, it almost completely went away, the pain. So I was feeling pretty good. And then I went to bed early. I said, we're going to go to bed early. We're going to get up. We're going to prepare for the stream. We're going to be on time. We're going to be punctual. I ended up getting up at 6:30 in the morning because of pain on my right toe. And I thought, oh my God, like, it wasn't excruciating pain, but it was just there, just lingering. And eventually it went away, but it just, I don't know. I eventually went to sleep at 9 a.m. because I got up at 6, went back to bed at 9, and ended up sleeping for several more hours and getting up at 11:30. Not exactly early. So that really just it was a bad omen. It really just started, the beginning of your day should be good. You know, it should be positive. And that really made me start to think, okay, this day is not going to be very promising. And it just sucked. And then this pain on my right toe, now it's so weird. Before I started this stream, the pain was more pronounced. And I think, and the thing about bunion pain, it's nowhere near as bad as gout pain. Gout pain is the worst. Gout pain will make you bedridden. Whereas bunion pain, you can still walk with bunion pain. It's slightly painful. It's not excruciating. Like, I wouldn't put bunion pain at a 10. I put bunion pain at somewhere between a 3 or a 4 or a 5. It's not the worst thing ever. You can still walk. And if you put on toe separators with your shoes, it actually makes walking a little bit more comfortable, albeit some toe separators can be uncomfortable. But if you're working, if you're sitting down, you're working, or if you're reading a book or something, put toe separators on, and that brings you a lot of relief. Toe separators do a lot of relief. And I also do a toe stretch where let me see if I can find it here. Hold on, I have it right here. So this is what physical therapists use. This is a toe stretch slope. You can get this on Amazon, pretty affordable. And what you do is you just put it on the floor and you put your toes on it, and it's really comfortable. The slope makes everything nice and comfortable. And then you just lift your foot up and you stretch your toes, and that gives you a lot of relief. I did that about 6 or 7 times yesterday. Gave me a lot of foot relief. And I was able to walk pretty comfortably after that. And So before I started the stream, the pain on my left big toe was a little bit more intense than yesterday, and I'm like, oh my god, what is this? What's going on? You know, and then you have all the catastrophizing. You know, you start catastrophizing everything and thinking, oh my god, am I going to exercise ever again? Is it going to go away? And the thing is that bunions are not the end of the world. You know, if you like, right now I'm feeling bunion pain, or not right now, actually, a lot of it has gone down, but within these last few days, I've been feeling bunion pain on my left big toe joint. And the reason why it's worse on my left foot than on my right is because my toes have been straightened out tremendously on my right. My right foot looks more normal than my left foot. And it's because, I guess because the toes on the right foot are just stronger, so it was easier to stretch them out faster and separate them. So I don't really have as many issues with my right foot as much as I did with my left foot. As much as I do, sorry, with my left foot. But I keep saying bedwins. Bunions are not the end of the world. You can fix them without surgery. And I've been dealing with them for years, and I've managed to develop a good number or a good amount or a good degree of separation on my right. Now I'm working more on my left. But I started catastrophizing the whole thing before I started this stream. And then I started the stream and I was like, you know, I started the stream. I put all my energy into the stream like I usually try to do. And it felt really good to talk to you guys. And it felt really good just to talk about stuff that has nothing to do with my feet, and to read your guys' comments and listen to this Asian lo-fi music. And you know what's so weird right now is when I first started this stream, I was feeling the pain on my left big toe joint. And now I'm feeling very little discomfort. It's so weird how, like, this is one thing I've learned about the human body and health over the years, is that if you feel some kind of discomfort, I'm not talking about a discomfort that's unbearable where you have to go to the hospital. But what I'm saying is, when you feel some level of discomfort that's not excruciating, but it's not comfortable, if you think about it more, the worse it becomes. This is one thing I've learned about pain, is that little lingering discomfort, if you think about it too much and you start to catastrophize it, it actually becomes worse. And if you get your mind off of it, talk with people, play video games, listen to music, watch a movie, just do something, and garden, go outside. And like, I was gardening. I've been gardening the last few days. And when I garden, the pain doesn't go away, but it declines tremendously. It's because I'm just getting my mind off of things. And by doing this stream for 5.5 hours, my mind just sort of forgot about it. We're talking about Japan and anime, and we're talking about video games, and we're talking about Israel and the future of American conservatism and all these interesting topics. And I'm reading your guys' comments. We're listening to music. We're listening to the Skirim or whatever music. We're listening to some Asian lo-fi. And just by getting my mind off of it, the pain has declined. So it's amazing how your body works. If you focus and stress over something, a lot of times the pain gets worse. If you just forget about it, watch a movie for several hours, talk to a friend, conversate with people, relax yourself, the pain doesn't fully go away, but it just goes down so much, and it helps you. So doing these streams actually really helped me. And this whole week has sucked. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, this whole week has just sucked. The only thing that has been good for me this week is my YouTube channel. That is it. Everything else sucks. One of the shittiest parts of my week, I will say, was on Wednesday. I fucking woke up at 1 p.m. Oh my God. That is a habit that I just need to work on. And I've had this habit on and off for years, for over 10 years. I've struggled with this habit of going to bed early and not being up so late. And many times I have told myself, man, I didn't get much work done today. Let me read a book. Let me work on an article. And I've done so many all-nighters. So many times I have stayed up until 5 or 6 in the morning and reading and writing, or sometimes just watching movies and stuff like that. And you know, to wake up at 12:30, 1 p.m., you just, like, it feels good to get work done at night, but then to wake up at 1 p.m. and then a few hours later, you already start noticing the sun going down and all that. There's something about it that just makes you feel so miserable, like so miserable. And so this week, so I woke up at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, and I told myself I was going to go to bed early, and I didn't. And I ended up trying to read and all this stuff, and just waking up at 1, and going to bed at 6, waking up at 1, and man, it's hell. You feel like you're living in hell. And so I told myself I'm going to do it right. And I went to bed on Thursday night, went to bed early, went to sleep comfortably. Boom, wake up at 6:30 with pain. And the pain is just like, occupying my mind. I'm thinking about it, having difficulty sleeping, end up falling back asleep at 9 something, end up waking up at 11:30. And I was hoping that I would wake up at 8 or 9 to prepare for the stream, end up waking up at 11:30, having to prepare for the stream. And it's just like shit like that. It unbalances me. You know what I mean? Like, it just totally unbalances me. It totally unbalances me, and it destabilizes me, and it just sucks. I really hate that. So, but it is what it is. I mean, I can't change it. That's the way the cookie crumbles, and that's what happened. But we still, the thing is, I told myself, I said, we're gonna do this stream, and we're gonna make this stream good. I told myself this. Like, I don't give a shit. Whatever time you have. That's why I scheduled usually I schedule these streams to be at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I said make it 6 p.m. Eastern time. I just wanted a little bit more time to prepare. And I told myself, I said, we're gonna make this stream happen, and that's it. We're gonna make this stream good, and that's it. We just got to keep going, and that's the only option we have. Bottom line. Very true. Yeah, you got to just make it work. It's 5 a.m. here. Damn. I hope that didn't keep you up. You're your own boss, Theo. You can make your own schedule. Yeah, you're right. I can, but it doesn't feel good. It just doesn't feel good to wake up, especially during the summers. You wake up at 1 p.m. You walk outside. It's all hot. You can hear insects. Oh my God, I hate that. I don't think YouTube will remove Theo. There are so many trying to do what Theo does. They just don't have the knowledge. I really appreciate that, Chris. That means a lot, my friend. Chris from across the Atlantic Ocean. He's in the UK. I really appreciate that, sir. That means a lot. I remember for years running this channel, getting on average 500 or so views a video. And I was fine with that. 500 views a video is not bad, especially if you have 5,000, K subs. But I remember there were times where I would get 1,000 views per video, and I would be like, wow, this is so awesome. And I remember years ago telling myself, if I could just get 1,000 views a video on average, I would be happy. If I could just get at least 1,000 views, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. And now I'm getting more than that on average, which is amazing. That's why I say the only thing that kind of went good for me this week and last week was my YouTube channel. That's it. Everything else has pretty much sucked. My garden is doing good, so that's also another plus, but everything else is just like toe pain, pinky toe pain. It sucks. It could be worse, but it sucks. And I don't know. You have to make the best out of life. I was born with weird feet. I was weird, and my feet have high arches, which leaves me susceptible to, bunions. And this is genetic. My grandma had weird feet. My great grandfather, Frederick Jortson, he had very weird feet. It's from my Scottish genetics. I wish I had the Scottish genes of a Highlander warrior, and maybe I have some of those in me. But if you ever see photographs of my great grandfather, whose father was an immigrant from Scotland. He was a very tall man with just weird, oddly shaped feet. And my grandma, his daughter, inherited that, and I inherited it. And, I got the height. I'm 6'2", so I got the height from my great grandfather. And, but I got the oddly shaped feet as well. And maybe, I don't know, man, were there any Highland warriors back in the Middle Ages who had weird feet? Probably. There had to have been. I mean, those genes do pass down. Middle Eastern feet? No. I'm mixed with Scottish. I'm not fully Middle Eastern. My grandmother was a white Scottish American. She married my grandfather, who was Palestinian. So I'm mixed. I'm mixed up with stuff. So my grandmother was Scottish, and she passed away. Was it? Let me think. Last year. I think it was this year or last year. I don't remember, but she passed away very recently at the age of 89. So she lived a long time. Scottish people are great. My uncle lived there. He loves them. They're really cool people from what I see. But my I inherited some weird ass feet from Scotland. So yeah, I got that Highland genes. You inherited the ugly? I don't know. I've never seen you, so bless her. Yeah, I appreciate that. I have 0 arches, thankfully, but I walk funny, I am told. Yeah, I got this high arches on my feet. And when I was in kickboxing, I didn't really have any issues walking. I didn't have any toe pains or anything like that. And I did a lot of kicking and a lot of kickboxing growing up. And I mean, a lot of sparring. And I used to get my ass kicked a lot, but I will say that there were moments when I would head kick people. And I knocked a few people out, I will say. And because the foot, my feet got some high arches. That high arch is just bone and muscle. And you give a good kick with someone with one of those, it's painful. And I knocked out a few people with my feet, so they do have a purpose. My great-great-grandfather was a Palestinian Jew. Interesting. So you're a mixed, are you mixed with English? My granddad, was black from Antigua, so I'm a similar color. Oh, interesting. So you're really mixed. OG Chad Destinian. Getting kicked by your bunion. Yeah, but I would kick people with the top. We were trained to hit people with the top of our feet. Which, I mean, it's helpful for range, but the problem with the top of the foot is that there's a lot of weak little muscles on top of the foot, and so if you kick too much, you could actually break one of the bones, and that's actually what happened to me. I kicked so many times that eventually I just couldn't walk. And then I remember going to the doctor, and they did an x-ray, and they said, you broke one of the bones on your feet from kicking so damn much. So it's not the best. I think the Thais have the best philosophy when it comes to kicking, and that is to kick with your shin. And I think the shin is more powerful than the foot. He was an orphan and came to London. I see. I look all white, but my daddy is black. Interesting. Will you stream on Rumble? Yes. Once. So if YouTube, I actually want to start streaming on Rumble already. I'm trying to figure out how to stream on YouTube and Rumble through OBS. You cannot stream on Rumble without a streaming software like OBS. So I want to figure that out. But yes, if YouTube gets rid of me, I will be streaming on Rumble. Yeah. Do you make any money off my channel? I don't make any money off sponsors or anything like that. No. I'm not monetized. I used to be monetized. I did monetize this channel for a little bit, but I think YouTube eventually pulled me out because I kept using music that was copyrighted, so it didn't really work out. But if I could actually remonetize this channel right now. It's just that you have a little bit less freedom if you monetize. Any thoughts on India? I mean, in regards to what? Buddynology, yep. Shalom alaikum, shalom alaikum. Use your lower shin to kick. I'm into Muay Thai, they teach that. Yeah, use your shin. I think in Kyokushin Karate, they use like the ankle or whatever. I mean, I'm sure in Thailand, they also use the top of the foot, depending on what your position is, but they do emphasize the shin. The problem with martial arts is that when you're in your late teens and early 20s, you don't really know what joints are. You're like, joints, what's a joint? You just don't really know what joints are. You don't feel any joint pain. So when you're 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, you're just going crazy. You're like, oh man, if I kick this heavy bag for an hour straight, I'll be really in great shape. And that's what I did. I would do these crazy rounds where I would put the timer for 1 hour and then hit the bag for 1 hour or hit the bag for 30 minutes straight. Just do one single giant round. And I did a lot of stuff like that. And I felt great. And I did a lot of reckless training, a lot of hard sparring, a lot of reckless training, and I ended up damaging my body. And once I came to the age of 33, 34, now 35, I really began to feel the consequences of my recklessness. And now I'm feeling all the consequences. I'm feeling like joint pain here, joint pain there, and bunion or big toe joint pain here and there, and it's just becoming more difficult to train, and it sucks. And so now I'm learning how to just train very lightly. Don't, instead of going full out on the bag, train very lightly. Train for don't train for an hour on the bag or 30 minutes on the bag. Train for 15 minutes on the bag or something. I did Kyokushin. No, I did a American Taekwondo kickboxing training for a couple of years. I never competed, and I never was a super athlete, but training at that school began my journey of training, and I bought a heavy bag, and I still use the same heavy bag that I used when I first started training in 2009. So, yeah, I love doing all that stuff. It's been a huge part of my life since 2009, but it just sucks, to wake up and feel pain and know that you can't exercise today, and just sucks. But that's the way it goes. Did you make your peace with Ayaan Hirsi Ali? No, I never did. Ted is tall, 6'2". Yeah, I'm 6'2". This is Scottish genetics. Anyway, now it's been almost 6 hours of streaming, so I think I've talked long enough. I'm happy that I got to talk to you guys. It was a great stream. It was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed it. And you guys have been really the highlight of my week, to be honest with you, because this week has kind of sucked, but you guys have made it better. So I really appreciate that, guys, and I will see you guys soon. Great stream. We covered a lot of ground, had a lot of fun, and I'll be seeing you guys soon, all right? You guys just saw some theology. God bless. I saw you will be on Sam Shamoon's channel. That's correct. Yeah, I'll be, God willing, on Sam Shamoon's channel on Thursday at 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. I will be live streaming that interview from this channel as well, so it'll be fun. We'll have a lot of fun. It'll be great. I'll see you guys soon. I'll say goodbye to everyone here. See you later. Nahum Habte, Bedwinka, Master Driver, Fod Media. Night to you, sir. Chris77333, Yakov Mariahu, Jack DeAngelis, Guts166, Silas Sheridan. Let me see here. CM Derp, Pablo Estrada, the Just 1430. Don't forget to like the stream, guys, if you haven't, because that is going to help this channel grow. Mr. Disagreeable, and everyone else that I did not mention. It's a lot of fun. I'm happy that you guys came on. Boonhelm 15K, Short Farrell, one of the OGs. Alexis Corral, Master Driver. FHK 1993, Prince Zachariah, and everyone else, Toast and Waffles, and everyone else I did not mention. I'm glad that you guys came on. You guys are great, and it was a lot of fun. All right, you guys just heard some theology. God bless. All the best to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Silas. Thank you, FOD Media. See you later, Chris. See you, nerds. All right, God bless you guys. Be well.